Seems like everybody on the New York Yankees is hitting home runs. Well, almost everybody, not that Alex Rodriguez guy. Bronx Bombers went yard 5 more times.
You're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Well, that's the matchup today, but there are storylines abounding. Obviously, the 500th home run for Alex Rodriguez is gigantic. People are waiting for it. They're waiting for it. Alex is waiting for it, still trying. And that's the big secondary story whenever Roger Clemens is on the mound. Of course, that's at least a sidebar. And today, the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Chicago White Sox in the final game of a 3-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball, along with Al Leiter and Joe Girardi. I'm Michael Kay. Well, the Yankees won again last night. They hit more home runs again last night. And very quietly, the Yankees win, the Indians lose. And Al, the Yankees are right back in this race.
It looks really good for the Yankees right now. 20 of 28 games they've won, and you see that they only have now the Mariners to leap over and the Indians 2 games back. The Yankees are in position to take that wild card right now.
Now, one of the reasons the Yankees are making this run is they are exhibiting unbelievable power. The Bronx Bombers are back. 8 home runs the other night, 5 yesterday.
Well, they beat up on a lefty, and that's a good sign. Posada jumps on this high changeup by Danks. It gives the Yankees a lead, 2-1, and then Robinson Cano hits this hanging curveball from Danks. Lefties hitting lefties has been a big reason why the Yankees have gotten back into this race. And how about Shelley Duncan? 5 home runs in such a short time. He has been unbelievable. Seems to make solid contact all the time. Derek Jeter getting into the mix, going the opposite field, going over the short porch in right field, and George Posada hitting his 2nd home run last night on a knuckleball from Charlie Hager.
I'll tell you what, this is historic stuff the Yankees are doing. 13 home runs in the last 2 games. That ties a franchise record set back in 1939. Pretty special stuff by the Yankees over the last 2 nights here in the Bronx. Let's look now at today's New York Lottery pitching matchup, and it's a good one. John Garland is going to go for the White Sox 8-7, 4.12, and for the New York Yankees, Roger Clemens gets the start. The Rocket 3-5 with a 3.92 earned run average. This is Roger Clemens' last start as a 44-year-old. He'll turn 45 on Saturday. But when you take a deeper look into his numbers, you realize he's not showing age at all. We will look into that even closer with Joe Girardi when we come back next right here on Yes. That we're going to show you certainly speak volumes. Now, with the bases empty, opponents hit 255 against Clemens. Runners on base, it goes to 237. Runners in scoring position, it goes to 175. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Yankees baseball. That's Joe Girardi. I'm Michael Kay. We promise Al Leiter will rejoin us in just a moment. Those numbers show that Roger Clemens still gets tough when things get tough.
Yeah, they really do. And what I like about it is when a pitcher gets in a tough spot, are they able to finish the inning out? And Roger Clemens, over his career, has been able to do that. You see the average over the last 5 years, 175 when runners get in scoring position. He's stopping the inning. And that's why he has 351 wins in his career, and he's been such a great pitcher for a long time.
Have you seen any drop-off at all because of age?
You know, I see drop-off in velocity, but I don't necessarily see drop-off in his pitchability. He still has a good sinker, which he uses more now than he used to.
When we come back, lineups, first pitch, and, of course, baseball. That's coming up next right here on Yes. Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Jeep, a growing lineup of legendary vehicles. Continental Airlines, the official airline of the Yankees. And by Infinity, who uses the power of design to create dynamic, beautiful automobiles. Well, it is a hot, humid day here at Yankee Stadium, a Thursday matinee, final game of this three-game set. The Rocket is on the mound, Roger Clemens, taking his warm-ups. And let's take a look now at the White Sox lineup that he's going to face. And that lineup is presented, as always, by our good friends at Rico. Jerry Owens in center field will lead off, batting second and playing third base, Alex Cintron. Jim Tomei will DH, he'll hit third. Cleaning up and playing first base, Paul Konerko. A.J. Pierzynski is going to catch and bat fifth. Batting sixth and playing right field, Jermaine Dye. Darren Erstad's in left field batting seventh. Juan Uribe, the shortstop, hits eighth and batting ninth and playing second base, Danny Richard. And look at the numbers that Tomei has against Clemens' lifetime. Pretty impressive. 21 for 57, 8 homers and 17 ribbies, a .368 average.
And on the mound is Roger Clemens, making his 11th start of the season, 40th start of his career against the White Sox. You see his record, 3-5, 3.92 ERA. Few hits per innings under, that's good. 18 walks for 64 innings is very good. Let's take a look at the Land Rover pitcher scatter report. Mr. Splitty, he throws a very good split finger. His fastball isn't quite what it used to be. Left-handed batters are batting .219 because of that split. Joe Girardi and Michael Kay talked about how he bears down. He bears down with runners in scoring position, 175. Conversely, John Garland, the White Sox pitcher, 301. And OK, he's averaging the least amount of strikeouts per 9 this season with 6 strikeouts per 9, and that's the lowest of his career.
The Yankees against the White Sox, another full house here at Yankee Stadium. Let's do it. Jerry Owens digs in. Roger Clemens is ready. And he delivers. Fastball is high. We're underway 1-0. This will be his last start as a 44-year-old. He turns 45 on Saturday. And there's a strike. Weather conditions, 93 degrees, fairly high humidity, no wind whatsoever. It is sunny, it is muggy, it is hot, it is humid. And you do wonder exactly how this weather, and we talked about it on the batting practice show, is going to affect Roger Clemens. Now, Al, the question is, does it rob him of stuff later in the game? Does this mean he's going to have a shorter outing than he normally would?
You know what? I think Roger's taken the last couple of years, realizing that he's not a spring chicken and every pitch counts. He's taken every batter as his single battle and not worry about how deep he gets into the game. Certainly, you saw the weather, 93 degrees, the humidity. He was hot. It was a hot night in Baltimore, his last start, where he went 6 1/3 innings, gave up 4 runs, and took a loss last Saturday. So it all depends on how he's able to conserve and get quick outs will really determine how deep he goes.
Two, grounded softly to second base. One away. IO Digital Cable is the exclusive official HD sponsor for Yankees telecast on Yes. Now, Joe, you managed against Roger last year in Minute Maid Field. It has a dome. Is it considerably cooler when they close the roof?
Much cooler. You know, at times in Houston, they will open the dome the last couple innings. It's amazing the heat that comes in that place because it's so humid in Houston. But I think the pitchers had a lot to do with if it stayed closed the whole night or what they did. You know,
Why?
They were able to choose. Well, I think, because of you had Roy Oswalt, Roger Clemens, and Andy Pettit, pitchers of that stature, and their team was built on that pitching. They allowed them to keep it closed when they wanted to.
Now, did the ball fly better closed or open?
I think it flew better when it was open. And it has that real short porch in left field, so it doesn't take a lot to get it out of left field. But the rest of the park plays pretty fair.
Here's Alex Cintrone. Count 1-1 on him. 3 for his last 24. Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward. Yankees looking for the sweep of the White Sox. They've won the first 2 games. The 1-2. Driven out to left field. Matsui drifts back. And there are 2 outs. Well, you've seen Cano, Phillips, and Matsui. Let's introduce you to the rest of the Yankee defense. In the outfield, Matsui's in left, Cabrera in center, Abreu over and right. In the infield, Rodriguez. Betemit makes his first start with the Yankees. Cano, and then Phillips, that's third to first. Posada behind the plate. Clemens on the mound. Some aches and pains for Jeter. His shoulder's been bothering him. He wanted to play, but Joe Torre said, let's get Betemit in there, and Jeter is available off the bench. There's Jim Thome, and there's a strike.
You know, what I find interesting about this White Sox club is their record against their division is pretty good. It's 2018, and a lot of people might consider it the best division in baseball.
That one's driven out to deep left center. Melky Cabrera is there, and he'll put it away for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning for Roger Clemens and the Yankees. So the White Sox don't score. The New York Yankees are coming to bat. Day game after night game. Let's see who is in this Yankee starting lineup presented by Rico. Johnny Damon will DH. He'll lead off, batting second and playing center field, Melky Cabrera. Bobby Abreu's in right field. He'll hit third. Cleaning up and playing third base, Alex Rodriguez. Good numbers, great numbers against Garland. Alex hitless in his last 21 at-bats since his 499th home run. Hideki Matsui's in left field. He'll bat fifth. Batting sixth and catching, Jorge Posada, 2 home runs yesterday. Robinson Cano at second base, a home run yesterday. He'll bat seventh. Batting eighth, his first start as a Yankee. Shortstop Wilson Betemit. And Andy Phillips at first base will bat ninth.
And on the mound for the White Sox, 27-year-old John Garland making his 22nd start. There you see very respectable ERA, 4.12, 139 and 2/3 innings. Very low walk to innings ratio. Very good. Let's take a look at the Land Rover pitcher scatter report. Established his fastball early. He's got a good slider, good curve, good change, but he'll come after these Yankee hitters right away. Tri Sox this year, he's 2-0 against the Yankees in 15 1/3 innings, only giving up 2 runs. The last White Sox pitcher to win 3 in a row was Floyd Bannister in 1984. You see Eric Garland. He had, in his last start, 15 fly-out outs. And career high was 16. He's normally a ground ball pitcher. He gets a lot of double plays. Last start he did, and his ball was up in the zone. That's usually what happens.
Johnny Damon takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. A lot of interest in Garland right before the trade deadline. White Sox resisted attempts for teams to acquire him. Johnny Damon trying to dig out of a hole. 16 for his last 46. That's 348 over his last 11 games. His average at 251. There's a strike. The umpires in this afternoon's game. James Hoy is behind the plate. Mike Winters at first. The volatile Phil Cuzzy at second. And Tom Hallion over at third. Broken bat pop-up. Richar makes the play. 1 away.
You know, I've always thought that John Garland is one of those starting pitchers that's really good at reading swings and how guys take pitches off him. Not all starting pitchers are able to do that. You know, they'll pretty much have a plan and they won't deviate from their plan, you know, before they go over in the game. But I think John Garland is able to adjust, and I think that's one of the reasons he's been one of the top pitchers in baseball the last 3 years.
Last 2 years, he won 18 games respectively.
Cabrera thinks about bunting and misses.
And, you know, talking about John Garland, maybe you don't hear a ton about him. You know, he's in the Midwest, and, you know, a lot of the talk in the Midwest has been the Cubs and the Brewers this year, but he has won the 3rd most games in baseball since 2005, only behind Roy Oswalt and Johan Santana. And those are 2 excellent pitchers. And John Garland has done a great job for the White Sox, and I'm not surprised they didn't trade him.
High drive center field. Owens. 2 outs.
You're not surprised?
Yes. I would have been surprised if they let him go. You know, because I think him and Burley are the foundation of the rotation. And then, you know, they mix in the other guys, and Contreras has had his struggles. But it's hard to get value for a guy that has been so good over the last few years.
Here's Bobby Abreu. Garland does equally well day games, night games. Last 3 seasons, 18-6 in day games and 26-18 in night games. Teams play the majority of their games at night.
Now, on a hot day like this, I just saw John Garland. You look at his record the last few years, and he's been outstanding. The good ERA in 2005 when they won the World Series. He was wiping the sweat off his arms. You know, what problems does that create for a pitcher?
Well, you want some sweat. It actually gives you a grip of the ball. A lot of times, you know, in the cold, you don't get a sweat, and the ball is like a cue ball. Then there's a day like today where it's so much wetness that it's difficult to get a good grip. It can be very, very, very particular how much sweat there is.
Bobby Abreu with a 2-out single, and that'll bring Alex Rodriguez to the plate. How about this crowd all getting to their feet as Alex Rodriguez attempts to get home run number 500. They bring the new baseballs in. Now, Alex has gone 21 real-time at-bats since his 499th home run without a hit. Those are his milestone hits. Tom Gordon gave up his first. A.J. Burnett gave up his 450th. Now he's trying to become the youngest player to ever hit 500. The man who holds that distinction now, Jimmy Fox, he went 61 at-bats between 499 and 500. And he was closing in on his 33rd birthday. Alex is just a couple of days above 32 years old. Count 1-0. Well, he doesn't have to be bothered by the flash bulbs. Now it says no home runs in his last 20 at-bats because one of the at-bats came in the suspended game. But he is hitless in his last 21 at-bats. Grounded sharply to short. They get the force at second, and that will do it here in the first. No runs, a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. We played one, and there's no score. World upcoming schedule. Royals come into town tomorrow night. Game starts at 7. It's on Yes. Then Saturday and Sunday at 1. Both of them on Yes. And then the Yankees head to Seattle. Seattle. They don't head to Seattle. They head to Toronto. Monday's a 1 o'clock start on Yes. And then Tuesday and Wednesday at 7. Why would they travel to Seattle, Joe?
Well, they both are way north, right?
Yes, they are. Thank you. Here's Paul Konerko. And there's a strike from Roger Clemens.
Just talking about the White Sox, you know, it's interesting. They played well within their division, but they got hammered in interleague this year, going 4-14, and that's basically why they're an under 500 club. And sometimes the interleague doesn't make sense whether you win from one year or not to the next.
Konerko redirects a splitter the other way and lines it into left field for a base hit. First base runner against Clemens.
Looks like a little slider out over the plate. Konerko swinging the bat much better in July than he was early on. Increased his batting average by 188 points. He just was not swinging the bat well early on, and part of the woes of the White Sox of where they are in batting average for American League last in batting.
I'd love to hear the sound of the bat and the ball when the guy's in the middle of the order squared up. I'm sure you didn't love to hear it. I mean, to me, that's one of the great things of baseball is the sound. AJ, you know, it's been talked about that he can get under some people's nerves, or it looks like he might be trying to get under Rogers right away, maybe thinking about butting on him.
Line drive, base hit to center field. Konerko headed back to first, thought that Cano would catch it, so he just gets to second. And two singles open up the second. First and second, nobody out.
Looks like a high split finger. You see where it ends up. Jorge picking the glove up, bell tie middle. That's not where Roger wanted to throw that ball. He's been throwing that split figure against left-handers so well. That's why they're batting in low 200s, 216. Intention of that pitch is to be looking like a fastball and have the left-handed batter out in front. It's a good ground ball pitch.
Jermaine Dye, who's had the really tough first half, has picked it up in the second half, but one of the league leaders when it comes into grounding into double play, something that Roger could really use now. He has the good sinker. If he can get him to roll over to better meet.
High fly ball. Deep center, backing up Cabrera. Still back, and it's over his head and up against the wall. Konerko is at third. They're waving him home. Here's the throw. Here's the play at the plate. He's safe. It's a double for Dye. Brzezinski goes to third. He almost ran past Konerko, who was holding up, and the White Sox lead 1-0.
The ball seems to be really carrying to center field, and sometimes you think in day baseball games the ball carries better. And this ball, Milky kind of took a step in and then had to go back, and it just gets over the outstretched arms of Milky Cabrera. And you know what? The Yankees almost throw Konerko out at home. I didn't think they had a chance, but a good strong throw by Cano to Posada. Kind of a tough hop here. Posada catches it. Wow, that's close. Didn't catch it. And you see Jorge Posada trying to deke the base runner like there's going to be no play. And then you step in and take the plate away.
Darren Erstad. Oh, knocked down there by Phillips. Let's see if he has a play. He has no play. A run scores. Moving to third is Dye, and the White Sox have a 2-0 lead.
Well, right now Rogers just up in the zone, and you see this ball leak back across the middle of the plate. He's trying to throw that front hip sinker inside on Erstad. Nice job to knock the ball down. Doesn't come up with it. See Andy Phillips knocks it down, and Roger thought it was by him and didn't break to the bag initially, and Erstad ends up on first base.
How tough is that for a pitcher, Al? Because if a ball is hit to the right side, there's a runner on second and third. If the ball goes to right field, you've got to back up home plate. The ball's caught by the first baseman, you've got to go to first. Are you caught betwixt and between them?
No, you're not. You assume that your infielder's going to catch. It's a hard smash, and really, it's the slightest delay that would put a pitcher behind, especially if you're not as fast. And Roger's not as fast as he once was. Certainly not as fast as Darren Erstad. So it's a foot race between a guy who can run really fast and you. And that delay is just ever so slight.
And on the ball between the first baseman and the bag, that's automatic double down the right field line. So your initial thought is you're not going to be backing up home, and you have to think quickly. You're going to be going right to first base.
It's so conditioned, Michael, where just you do it so often. Pitchers fielding practice, anything on the ground from the second baseman over to the first baseman, your first reaction is to run that way.
So your first priority is to cover first. You don't have to worry about backing up home. That should be more important.
Absolutely.
Count 1-0 to Uribe.
This is the one thing that the White Sox have lacked a little bit this year with Erstad on first base, Pacetic being out a lot. Erstad is guys that like to run and are smart base runners, and he's got Rogers' attention at first base.
Line drive, base hit to left field. Jermaine Dye will score. Stopping at second is Erstad, and the White Sox have strung together 5 straight hits to lead 3-0. And Ron Guidry will pay a visit to the mound.
Well, you see another ball up out over the plate. You see where Jorge Posada was setting up outside. The ball leaked back over the plate. A good fastball hitter in Juan Uribe, and saw the ball higher than high, and he likes that ball up in that zone.
What are you seeing with Clemens right now, Joe?
Too much to the middle of the plate and up in the zone. Kind of what we saw from Contreras the first night with the White Sox. We used to kid around sometimes when we were in Chicago that the magnet got him. The magnet's right under the heart of home plate, and the magnet pulls the ball right back to it. Got to get that magnet out of there, Michael.
Probably a lot of excavating. Today's closed captioning is brought to you by your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealers. So Roger getting roughed up here on this Thursday afternoon. Coming into today, opponents were 11 for 63. That's 175 against Clemens with runners in scoring position. In this inning, they're 3 for 3. And Richard shows bunt as the Yankees are playing bunt at third and first. You believe in the wheel play, Joe?
Yes, I do. And, you know, a lot of it depends on the base runner. You know, if you can get him going back to second base, the smart base runners. I know with San Diego, Bruce Bochy would tell his runners a lot of times, if you knew that was the play they were putting on, run, because it's hard for the shortstop to cover third base.
Runners were going there, and swinging away was Richard, and he hits a fly ball to center field for the first out.
And the wheel play is when the shortstop breaks towards the bag, you get the runner going back, and then he'll sprint to third base. The third baseman comes in, and you try to get the lead runner at third base. Well, Bruce Bochy would send the runner on second base, and it was really hard to defend. The only problem is if they do the wheel pickoff, and where the shortstop, when he breaks, the second baseman goes in, and if you take off, you're picked off.
Now, there are some managers that don't believe in the wheel play. Willie Randolph with the Mets will not run the wheel play. Joe doesn't run the wheel play that much here.
And I think you have to know the hitter if he's able to pull the ball back, the bat back.
This could be a double play. Booted by Cano. Booted again, and everybody's safe. So from an inning-ending double play, you now have bases loaded, 1 out on the E4.
It looked like Robinson Cano maybe picked his head up a little bit too quick to make the flip. Actually, the ball comes up on him a little bit, and then he's not able to come up with a handle. The ball comes up, hits him in the heel. Thinks that he still has time to get it, tries to grab it, fumbles it again. But if you have a hitter that is able to pull the bat back and play hit and run, then it's hard to run the wheel on them. A lot of times they'll run it with a pitcher up because they're not very good at doing that, and they'll just bunt.
Also, too, in the National League, that surprised me that Willie, as a National League manager, doesn't believe in it, because there are plenty of pitchers, I for one, and many others that aren't very fast. And a wheel play, not only you get him at third, but if it's done, executed properly, and the pitcher, bunter, bunts it either directly back to the pitcher or third base, you have a double play.
Chop slowly back to Clemens. He's going to get the force at home for the second out.
Well, Al, that's another play that you work on a lot in spring training, where you work on that slow roller hit back to you. You know, you work on the pitcher's fielding practice, PFP, and then you work on this play where you have to barehand it and make the play at home. How many times do you think you did that in spring training?
Couple. Roger making a nice play. And the main thing there is, especially knowing your runner, certainly Alex Cintrine's a fast runner, just you get the out at home. Make sure the shovel pass is a strike to Jorge.
Now this is a big spot in the game. The Yankees are already down 3-0, and Jim Tomei has good numbers lifetime against Clemens. He flew out to center field in the first inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Yankees have most of the left side of the infield open. 3 infielders on the right side for Tomei. And there's a strike. With the bases loaded, a .287 hitter, 8 career grand slams. Another fastball, another strike. Inside, outside.
Well, Roger mostly has been going to the split finger and the strikeout left-handed batter against, and this would be a good time for a fastball hitter, Tony.
Came with another fastball. That's one of his best fastballs of the year at 92. He's been at 90, 91 all season.
And he tries to get this ball to start off at his front hip and run back across the inside part of the plate, and it just doesn't come back enough. But pitchers a lot of times like to double up to make sure that they've sped the hitter up so you can come with that split.
Serve into left field, a base hit. Uribe scores. Owens will score. It's a 2-run single for Tomei, and the White Sox now lead the Yankees 5-0.
Well, he starts him with a fastball away, gets the call, then he comes back with a fastball in. Now he's trying to speed him up again. He goes inside again, and then he throws this, looked like a little split that didn't have a lot of movement. It was hard and didn't have that bite down, and it was more like a little softer sinker, and he just served it up to left field.
Give credit for Jim Thome as well. That was a pretty good piece of hitting right there. Staying back long enough and to be able to get a line drive to left field.
Hit sharply inside third and down the left field line. Cintron scores. Jim Thome rumbles into third. It's an RBI double for Konerko, his second hit of the inning, and the White Sox lead 6-0.
Well, this is one of those innings where you just hope that a line drive or something good happens as far as the ball hit at somebody. You see Konerko once again, Roger being up in the zone out over the plate. That ball just staying fair, and Alex can't get to it. You see where he was. These 1-0, 2-0, 2-1 counts when you're throwing fastballs. The idea is to be down the zone, preferably on the corners, and right now Roger's not doing that.
Some stirring in the Yankee bullpen. Here's Przinsky. Second and third, 2 outs. And a strike.
You know, he just hasn't really had the bite on his split, and he hasn't had the control of his fastball, so it's like you don't know where to go, and he's trying to get one of them going, and unfortunately when he makes the mistakes, the White Sox hitters aren't missing it, and you know, they put together a big inning. And there was the split that he was trying to throw Jim Thome, the one that really dived down.
Just down in the zone.
And it did not. And he ended up with that 2-run single.
You know, there's a scrambling feeling when you don't get set and you don't feel comfortable. You come out of the bullpen there, see the dive effect to it. Had plate coverage. Hitter Przinsky has to commit. Good downward bite.
The 0-2 up the middle, a base hit. That's going to score 2 more runs. A 2-run single for Przinsky, and the White Sox are pounding Clemens. 8 runs in the second.
Well, it appears that they have a split that just didn't quite have that bite. You know, it wasn't a bad pitch. He got a ground ball that he wants. Just good placement by Przinsky, but it appears that Joe has Myers up to possibly get him out of the inning. You know, he has the guy that he can get up quickly, and then he'll go to Karstens for long relief. So if Roger doesn't get Jermaine Dye out, 99.9% sure that this is his last hitter, because they'll use Myers against Erstad.
Myers and Karstens. Not that Clemens needs an excuse, but the blown double play by Robinson Cano have contributed at least 3 more runs to the mess. Really 4. So a bad inning turned into an horrendous inning. And you can't assume the double play, so you don't count that as 2 sure outs, just 1 that was let go. In case you just joined us, this is the play. Off the bat of Jerry Owens, it was going to be a 4-6-3 double play. It turned into an E4. Everybody's safe. the 2-1. 2-2. So this is by far Clemens' toughest outing in his second tour of duty with the Yankees. And the 2-2. Driven out to right field and deep. Giving chase is Abreu. He cannot get there, and it goes up against the wall. Przinsky rounds third. He'll stop right there. It's a double for Dye. His second double of the inning. And the White Sox have 9 hits in the second, and that's going to do it for Roger Clemens as Joe Torre pops out of the dugout.
Well, you see the location of this fastball once again up in the zone out over the plate, and these White Sox hitters certainly came out swinging early on at Roger Clemens, and Roger just wasn't able to get the ball down. You saw that he didn't have much rhythm and time to be able to settle in, and that's all for Roger today.
Well, you wonder how many times in Roger Clemens' career he got hit that hard, that often, that early. So Clemens is out of the game, and they call on Myers. The Kansas City Royals 6-9, 5.73, and the Yankees top winner Chien-Ming Wang will go for the Bombers 12-5, 3.6. Won the batting practice show at 6, pregame 6:30, first pitch right around 7:07, 7:08. New pitcher for the Yankees, Mike Myers, comes on here in the second inning. 12 batters have come to the plate. This is number 13 for the White Sox, Darren Erstad.
This is more similar to the offense that the White Sox had in the year 2005 and 2006. And I talked about it on the first day in, that they were third in the American League in runs scored in the month of July. They'd scored 146, only 4 behind Boston and 40 behind the Yankees. But they were last in the American League in runs scored. In their first 3 months, trying to score runs has been so difficult. But somehow they seem to get it going in the month of July, and it was kind of overshadowed by the last 2 days against the Yankees with all the home runs.
There's strike. Foul back, 2-2.
Well, mostly that offensive turnaround, Joe, came really with Konerko. You have your center and middle of the order guys. Jim Thome early on for the White Sox was hurt. Jermaine Dye's come on strong, and certainly Konerko in the middle of the order. 188 points. He was able to increase his average in the last 65 games.
slice foul.
You know, and Jim Thome got hurt in the middle of May. He hurt a rib cage muscle, and those are so hard to come back from. And he came back, and a lot of guys will tell you, even though they come back, they do not feel strong. They don't feel right. And it wasn't really for about a month and a half that he got right. And he had a pretty good July and swung the bat pretty good, you know, so far in August, even though it's been short.
This is the shortest start for Roger Clemens since April 7th of 1998. He didn't get an out in the first inning, gave up 2 hits and 2 runs on only 9 pitches. And we're assuming he was either A, injured or thrown out of that game. I would assume injured.
I'm going to guess growing.
Yeah, it was.
It was.
Yes.
3-2. And Myers walks Erstad. And this hellish inning continues. And Joe Torre is going to take Myers out. What I don't understand here, why would you burn Myers for one batter when you're down 8-0 anyway? And Myers has been getting out right-handers all year anyway.
Well, probably because they didn't feel like Karstens could get ready quick enough. That's the guy they really want to use.
Well, they're going to use him now. Karstens comes on to face Uribe, and he comes into a bases-loaded situation. And you could watch the game on your computer via the internet and watch it live. For more details, visit www.yankees.com, where baseball is always on. Blackout restrictions apply.
Well, Michael, you asked, why only using for one hitter. Well, they probably couldn't get Karstens ready quick enough, and he's used to being a starter, so it takes longer to warm him up. So you'll bring in Myers just to try to get the one left-hander out to give Karstens more time. I'm sure Joe was assuming that he was going to get Erstad out. Karstens would get to start with a fresh inning next thing. It didn't happen that way, and then you don't want to burn up Myers today because you might need him tomorrow, and he's your specialty lefty.
So Karstens now against Uribe with the bases loaded. 8 runs already in. Swings at the first pitch, and it's a fly ball to center field. Melky Cabrera drifts back, and he'll make the play for the final out of the second. Finally. 8 runs, 9 hits, 1 big error, and the bases are left loaded. We go to the bottom of the second, 8-0 Chicago. Tonight after the postgame on Yes, we celebrate the life and career of the captain as Yankeeography profiles Thurman Munson on the anniversary of his death. Then Monday night at 9 on Yes, experience an emotional moment in baseball history as the Yankees Classics premieres Farewell to the Captain. Celebrate Thurman Munson tonight and again Monday right here on Yes.
You know, Michael, I think about, how fortunate you are to be a Yankee and all the great ex-Yankees you get to meet. You get to meet Joe D. and you get to meet Mickey, and you think about the Scooter and Yogi and Whitey, and man, I really wish I could have met him.
And he remains enshrined in the Yankee clubhouse. Locker is right there next to the trainer's room, just to the right of Derek Jeter's locker. And just an unbelievable day. An emotional day, an emotional year for the Yankees as well. And his loss is still felt.
You were there that night? On the
when they came back from the funeral? No, I was not. I was watching on TV. And what Bobby Mercer did was unbelievable. Getting the big hit and just amazing. And I remember when the Yankees came out and took the field, they didn't. Everybody took their positions, but they left catcher open. Very emotional game against the Orioles, and there's Bobby and Lou Piniella, and this was the game-winning hit. Billy Martin had not wanted to put Bobby in the lineup because he thought he was exhausted. Bobby had given the eulogy at the funeral, one of the eulogies, and Bobby said, "I really want to play. I feel like I should play," and came up big, obviously, and then presented that. Never used the bat again. Gave it to Thurman's wife. Matsui has worked the count to 3-2. Nothing White Sox. Al, we always ask you this. Different mindset when you come out on the mound now? 8 runs?
Yeah, you're feeling pretty good about yourself if you're John Garland. You get serious run support. You got a lot of wiggle room. The biggest thing is to attack the hitters. Don't get behind. Certainly don't walk anybody and make them hit their way on.
So you do pitch differently?
Yes. You should be much more aggressive. Not be so concerned about corners, but throwing strikes.
Base hit for Matsui. 10 hits in his last 28 at-bats.
And I think if you're the Yankees, the way you get back into this game is, you want to score some runs off the White Sox. And John Garland's a very good pitcher. You see Matsui, the head down, being able to hit this ball on the outer half, pulling it through the hole. But the Achilles heel of this White Sox team is their bullpen. So you got to make Garland work. It's a hot day. See if you can get him out of this game early. Keep him from going 7 innings. Maybe you get to him in the 4th or the 5th, and you get to that bullpen, and you can chip away and maybe get back in this game.
Here's Posada, 9 for his last 12. And the pitch low, 1-0. Posada wanted to play today with Clemens on the mound, and now here we are in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Clemens is out, and Posada has to play day game after night game on a very hot and humid day. A.J. Przinsky is doing the same thing. He's also in there day game after night game. Joe, how much weight would you lose catching a game like this?
A couple pounds.
Not much?
No, because you drink so much fluid. Yeah, well, you drink so much fluid, and then as I said, I would eat. I would have a health bar.
During the game?
Oh yeah, a piece of bread, maybe a banana, because you burn that fuel so quickly when it's hotter like this and the sun's beating down on you.
Posada slices one the other way foul. I'm just guessing. Guy like me catching on a day like this, I lose 20, 30 pounds.
No, I don't think. Maybe 8. Maybe 8.
8? That's it.
Yeah, it'd be all water weight. And you by the next day, you'd probably have most of it back.
So it's not a good diet plan to become a major league catcher.
Well, I think it is a good diet. I think it's pretty easy to stay in shape because all you got to do is put the gear on and go out there. But it's you lose water weight, and as long as you're replenishing, you get it back. And if you have a fan like that on you right there, one of those spray bottle fans, it's nice.
One, two. How much would you lose pitching on a day like this, Al?
At least 15.
Now, you lost that every day you pitch, though.
I lose 4 or 5 pounds up here.
The thing that I always thought was important is that, in between innings, you go inside, sit inside in the air conditioning, or even in the Yankee dugout, I would sit on the step below the bench because the air blows out.
Base hit for Posada. That's going to go to the wall. Matsui will go to third. Posada will chug into second. His hot streak continues. 10 hits in his last 13 at-bats.
Well, you just keep picking away at John Garland, see if you can get a couple runs across the board here. He makes a mistake. This ball leaks back across the middle. See the head down by George Posada. Great form. Kept his hands inside. Didn't go around this ball, and that's why he hits a line drive. But there is air, whether it's cold or hot, that blows out of the steps that go into the dugout. It blows onto the players, and I was always sit on the step below the bench so that air would hit me and try to hog it. And they also have the fan that has that little bit of a mister that feels good.
Now here's Robinson Cano. His error in the second inning, top of the second, accounted for 5 unearned runs. Of the 8 runs, only 3 of them were earned. Now we have to give you an update on Clemens' shortest outing. So he lasted an inning and 2/3, and it's the shortest outing since June 14th of 00. So 2000 against the Red Sox, when he lasted 1 inning, and he left that game with a groin injury. Cano with a base hit. That'll score a run. Posada moves to third, and Joe Torre always preaches, take little bites. So the Yankees take one little bite out of an 8-run deficit, and that brings Don Cooper out of the White Sox dugout.
Robinson Cano is not missing the baseball. He's been extremely hot in the month of July. John Garland is starting to make mistakes up in the zone. You see Don Cooper go out there, and it has been frustrating for these White Sox pitchers the last 2 days because of all the home runs, the 13 home runs that they've given up. And he's going to talk to him about getting the ball down. But, we talked about it for the Yankee pitchers. When you have that real long inning, sometimes you don't come out very sharp that next half inning. The ball is not down, or no matter what it is, or you're missing. And all of a sudden, a club like the Yankees can put up a quick 3 or 4 spot on you, and they're back in the game.
Well, this is Wilson Benameet's first at bat as a Yankee. You saw what he's done with the Dodgers. He's a better left-handed hitter than a right-handed hitter. He's been very good as a pinch hitter this year, 8 for 25. Nice guy to have off the bench with power. And the pitch to Benameet is inside 1-0.
And what Wilson Benameet has is he has power to all fields. It is not unusual to see him hit home runs left of the center field number, the 408 sign here. He likes to hit the ball over here. He is very strong going that way, so he has power to all fields.
Tim Jones asked Benameet how he felt about the trade. He said, I feel great about it. I get to go to the greatest organization in professional sports. So saying the right thing right away. First and third, still nobody out. 1 run on the board for the Yankees. Pulled the string. No, that was a fastball that tailed away. 2-1. Along with Joe Girardi and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. And you're watching Yankees baseball right here on Yes. We thank you for joining us on this Thursday afternoon in New York City. Yankees trail 8-1. We're in the bottom of the second. The 2-1. There's that power the other way. Owens back. Still back. Looking up. See ya. Welcome to New York. Wilson better meet a 3-run home run, and the White Sox lead is 8-4.
Joe, where'd you say his power was?
Left of the 408 mark. You think Jeet's going to hear a little bit about Wally Pipp today? You see him drive this ball, and he is so strong, and that's one of the reasons the Yankees wanted to get him, because it is a guy that can spell your shortstop, your third baseman, and give you power off the bench. He's also a switch hitter.
Well, that's a nice introduction as he gets his first curtain call after his first at bat. Derek Jeter liked it. The 1-0 is a strike to Andy Phillips.
Now, did Shelley Duncan hit a home run in his first at bat?
No.
No. First day, though.
Yes, first day. High pop-up, left side. And out of play. Well, the Yankees now have 14 home runs in the last 3 games. Now, the largest deficit the Yankees have come back from this year is 5 runs. They've had 25 comeback wins, and they've turned an 8-run deficit into a 4-run deficit. And now you have to look at it, it's 4-0 in the second inning, and that's certainly doable. Count 2-2.
And I think the other thing that you looked about, and I talked about, is getting Garland out of this game, because he, is one of their best starters.
Little humpback line drive, and it's going to be a base hit. Boy, that was like a pool cue, and Uribe had no chance. It was spinning this way and that. Uribe went left, the ball went right, and Phillips gets a single.
Well, when you get jammed, sometimes good things happen. In this ball, he got jammed. He stayed inside of it, so it had that funny spin. And when it hit, it went the opposite direction. Similar to what happens to a curveball when you're blocking it as a catcher. You think that it's going to continue to go the way that it's going, but when it hits, it squirts back. And that's what that ball did.
How beautiful of a hit is that if you hit it?
Oh, I love it.
If you're pitching, you don't love it.
No.
You'll be all right.
Who we got for double play?
There's Johnny Damon. He popped to second in the first. And a strike.
This is when, you like to watch the body language of the other team, the White Sox, to see if they're starting to say, uh-oh, here we go again. You've run into a team that's been extremely hot. They've beaten up on us. We've had a hard time protecting leads this year.
And another strike, count 0-2.
And conversely, there's no doubt about it, when you're in that Yankee dugout, you don't feel that this deficit, certainly now, like you said, Michael, it's only 4 runs. This is a team that scored 20, 21, 16, 10 in Baltimore.
Heard Theo Epstein, the general manager of the Red Sox, on the Mike and Mike show on ESPN radio in the morning, and he said, about the Yankees chasing the Red Sox. He says, it's like being chased by the 85 Bears. He said, I keep waiting for the Dolphins to beat them on a Monday night. He said, the numbers they're putting up are football numbers, and they're trying to put up another football number today. The 1-2, swing and a miss as Damon goes down on strikes. First out of the inning.
Well, I'm sure the Yankees would take that scenario, because the 85 Bears went on to win the Super Bowl.
Yes, they did.
You know what? You'll take that one loss, but give us the Super Bowl. I'd like to see how the Yankees song would come out, like the Bears did the Super Bowl shuffle.
Here's Melky.
They have some dancers. Some high-five dancing going on.
John Garland has now started to mix in that changeup. He did it to Johnny Damon. He got him out in front. Now he threw one to Milky, and sometimes they are on your fastball. They're not missing your fastball, and you have to go to something else. And I talked about, I think he's very good at reading swings and making adjustments, and it looks like he's starting to go a little softer.
Michael, you talked about it at the beginning of this inning. What's it like? The mentality of a pitcher, when you get 8 runs on your side, you just want to make sure that you get ahead, you throw strikes, and get some outs. Get out of this inning. It's a shutdown inning. Demoralizes the opposing team after you just got 8 runs. The Yankees had a good approach. But with that said, you still got to use all your pitches and still pitch. Change of speeds.
Flared the other way. It's another base hit. Cutting it off is Erstad. Stopping at second is Phillips. 6 base hit for the Yankees in this inning.
The balance here for the Yankee hitters. There you see Melky going down and away on a fastball down and away. 368 for the month. Melky Cabrera is just hot along with everybody else in this Yankee lineup. And when guys start hitting collectively, it doesn't feel like I got to be the guy. We're going to do it collectively. That's when they say hitting's contagious. The Yankees are hitting.
I talked about yesterday that I don't know if I've ever seen 13 home runs in 2 games, by a team. The other thing is, I don't know if I've ever seen 2 teams hit around in the order in the same inning.
That I think I've seen.
Well, I'm not saying that I've ever been a part of it. Maybe in college or Little League, but not at the professional level.
Bobby Abreu takes a pitch inside 1-0.
Oh, when you've called as many games as you have, I mean.
Well, you played it more than I called, I'm sure.
No, I don't think so.
Nah, you're probably right. 16 years calling them.
I played 15, but I didn't play every day like you worked every day.
For 10 years. Well, the 13 home runs, it ties a Yankee franchise record, so we were right about that. We've never seen that. And that was done back in 1939. This guy wants to join that home run parade. Alex Rodriguez on deck. 2-0 count on Abreu. Strike. And now the White Sox will get the bullpen working. That was a generous call by James Hoy. Like ball 3. He's getting effective swings and misses on that changeup. Count 2-2.
After that fastball away that was off the plate, here's a good changeup from John Garland. Even though it's middle of the plate, it's 10, 12 miles an hour. Then the fastball looks like a fastball of the hand. That's why Bobby Abreu was ahead of it.
The 2-2. Count is full of 3-2. Let's manage a little bit here. Do you send the runners to stay out of the double play? The 1-0. Outside 2-0.
Well, and also, too, you've compounded further. Jorge Posada this year higher than ever in his career. 348 against left-handers. From last year, 263. That's a plus 85 in batting average. Hitting left-handers much better in his career.
I got to think about throwing a breaking ball or something slow here to try to get back in the count, because if I go 3-0, I don't care with the open base.
Threw the breaking ball and he whispered it across the inside corner. 2-1.
And before that, A.J. Pierzynski, their catcher, was looking who was on deck, checking to see, how am I going to approach Posada in this 1-0, 2-0 count.
Do you call it again?
Yes, I do.
The 2-1. High fly ball, right field. Giving chase is Dye. He's on the run. He can't get there. It's a double, and the Yankees have tied the game. One of the most improbable innings you will ever see. A double by Posada ties the score at 8. Unbelievable.
We saw it happen to John Danks, where he got beat on his third best pitch, where Posada hit a home run on a changeup. So did Shelley Duncan. Now this is what happened to Boone Logan. He threw his third best pitch with runners in scoring position, and sometimes that's a no-no. I believe it's a no-no most of the time, unless you have a guy that's just horrible against changeups. And Posada showed that he could stay back on John Danks. You run the risk of giving up a hit, and then you kick yourself for giving up a hit on your third best pitch.
Well, the old saying, the old promotional line for the Yankees was, at any moment, a great moment. Well, we've seen something here in the second inning that has never been seen in a major league game before. Pitch to Cano, he thought about a bunt, takes it high. There has never been a game in Major League Baseball history in which both teams have scored at least 8 runs in the second inning. So it's never been done, and we've seen it.
Wow. It's part of history.
Yes.
Very small part.
Now the go-ahead run is at second base. Roger Clemens is off the hook. The 1-0. Soft ground ball to third. Fielded by Cintrone. And strangely, Posada ran right into him. And that is it. But the Yankees score 8 runs on 9 hits. The big blow. A 3-run home run by Wilson Betemit. His first hit as a Yankee in his first at bat. An inning took an hour. It's 8-8. He came in, it was 8-0. Back on April 28th, Julio Lugo at the plate breaks the leg of Jeff Karstens with this comeback. Karstens tried to stay in, tried to talk his way in, but he had a broken leg. And Joe Torre had finally seen enough. And this is his first appearance back. 8-8. Yankees scored 8 runs on 9 hits in the second inning, and the 9 hits in the second, a season high for the Yankees. The 1-0 to Richard is grounded to Phillips. 1 away.
Before the game, I was talking to Hawk Harrelson and Darren Jackson, the White Sox announcers, and he was talking about how long the games are when you play the Yankees, because the hitters, you know, they work the count and they just keep coming at you. So I walked over there in between innings. I said, "Is this long enough for you?" And Hawk Harrelson, who's been announcing for over 30 years, he said he'd never seen 2 big league teams hit around in the same inning in his career either.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, no big league team or teams, as we mentioned, had ever scored 8 runs apiece in the second inning. So that happened. Also, the second inning started at 1:23 and it ended at 2:23. So an hour inning. Now, if you're the White Sox, though, Joe, how are you not demoralized? How is your head still not in this? How is your head still in this game?
Well, you have to be demoralized, but you have to pick each other up, and that's where I think the leadership's important. Players have to push each other here. You know what? You're not having the year that you want, but things don't always go your way, and you got to have pride in what you do, and you push each other.
Lofted into shallow center. Cabrera. 2 outs.
And you'll hear people talk about you always learn more about people when things are going bad and when they're going through tough situations than when things are going good.
Well, when you put together all of the components, so this is a team that struggled. This is a team that has underachieved all year. They've had a lot of debilitating injuries. And it's almost like a fighter who's kind of out on his feet, and then you really land a haymaker. How are they going to stand up? And that inning by the Yankees was really a haymaker.
Well, maybe they should go play the movie Rocky.
Yeah, but he lost.
Well, he came back and won a few, though.
But Rocky won, he lost. Count 0-2 on Cintrone.
Well, there's definitely the woe is me mentality for a team that has not performed. They're second to last in the Central. They're 9 games under 500. Clearly not feeling good about what they're doing and their position. The mindset for the Yankees to come back the way they did, I wouldn't say it broke their back for sure today, but it is definitely here we go again.
Ground ball to second base. Cano gobbles it up. And a 1-2-3 inning. Last inning, they sent up 14 men to the plate. This inning, just 3. We go to the bottom of the third. It's 8-8. to make a difference in the community. For every Yankees home run hit at home this year, Samsung will donate $1,000 to Joe Torre Safe at Home Foundation to help end the cycle of domestic violence. You can join the team and support Samsung's Home Run for Kids by visiting fourseasonsofhope.com or joetorre.org, because a little hope can make a big difference. $14,000 over these last 2+ games from Samsung to the Safe at Home Foundation. Here's Wilson Betamete. He's a switch hitter, so against the lefty Logan, he turns around to the right side. He's a much better hitter from the left side. First time up as a Yankee, 3-run home run the other way. There's a strike. That was the hit that really jump-started the whole deal. Cano got an RBI single, made it 8-1. But when Betamete had the 3-run home run, all of a sudden it's 8-4, and you're starting to think this is a mountain that could be climbed. Count 1-1.
You know, it seems to me, you know, with the amount of pitchers that the White Sox have had to use in the last 3 days, you know, it's early today. Al stretching up here. He might be getting the itch to go out there.
I think he is. No. There's Betamete's home run. What a way to be introduced as a Yankee. And he got a curtain call as well.
Standing up. He's loosening up his shoulder a little bit.
Getting ready for the Little League season.
1-2.
Looks a lot easier from here, doesn't it, Joe?
You know, it's not as hot.
Well, that's true.
Looks like it's easier to hit from here.
Strike 3. Betamete down looking. 1 away. Hey, stay tuned during the 6th inning for a sneak peek at the new Universal Pictures release, The Bourne Ultimatum, in theaters tomorrow.
See this last pitch from Boone Logan. Brzezinski does a nice job of catching it, bringing it back a little bit.
I'd like to have that. I'll tell you what, if I had that
I'm sure you
game,
got that enough.
Not enough.
Well, sometimes, when pitchers are around the plate all the time, they get more strikes called.
So what are you saying?
Well, I'm just making a point.
Tell you what, I used to not argue with Tom Glavine, but you know, he historically before Questek would get that and then some. He said, well, why don't you just stay out there? I said, well, if I stay out there, I'd walk the bases loaded every time. For some reason, I don't know, pitchers got a certain reputation.
They get a reputation.
If I knew I could throw 4 or 5 or 6 inches off the plate, you couldn't reach it anyway, and they'd eventually call it strikes, I could throw that. But eventually, certain pitchers, they just get balled. It's called a ball. Now, James Hoy today has shown not only outside but inside. He's got a wide strike zone. The pitchers should recognize that. So far, up and down, he's been fair, but in and out, he's got a wide zone. And here at Yankee Stadium, it's a Questek Stadium, he will get that report because he's being graded today.
But you weren't a Tommy Glavine type of pitcher. You were more of a power pitcher that relied on movement and that heavy ball that you threw. So you weren't one of those guys that was...
I gave up on it. If I was able to stay, and I could throw on the side, if we were throwing on the side and I was missing by 4 or 5 inches, they're balls. But if they would call them strikes, I could stay there. I could throw that pitch.
Popped up. Uribe backpedaling. 2 outs. I don't know, Joe. Maybe you can interpret this for me, but I detect just a bit of bitterness from Al that he didn't get that pitch. Not I don't know if the word would be sadness.
Sadness.
No,
it might
melancholy.
Not at all. I would have loved to have had it. It would have been easier.
Well, he wasn't in control of the situation, so
that's right.
It didn't bother him.
That's right.
I was too in control. I just wasn't getting it.
There's a strike.
Well, Joe, you were unaware of this. You played in 8 games that both teams batted around in the same inning. Paul Carlson did not play in any.
Wow, you played in 8 games?
You played in 8 games?
I don't remember.
Did you?
I can't remember.
Well, you know, I had a lot of foul tips, Al. I mean, I have some excuses. I want to know how you come up with this stat. And I want to know if you changed that, you know, it was a 0, Al, and you made it an 8.
Maybe. I came up with it just like Michael comes up with his.
Grounded to Cintron. Safe. Damon hustling down the line. Cintron took too much time. And Johnny Damon with an infield single.
Cintron, who came up as a shortstop, has been kind of the utility guy for the White Sox. And he goes far to his left, but he takes his time, not knowing Johnny Damon may be the runner. I mean, thinking that I'm playing third base and I got a little bit more time. But Johnny Damon, I believe, beats this ball out. And you see him hustling hard out of the box, even if he makes a good throw.
th hit for the Yankees. Here's Melky Cabrera. Cintron gets another try. Again, he gathers himself. Takes a long time and fires to first, and that'll do it here in the third. No runs ahead, no errors, and one man left on base. We go to the 4th inning. It's a beauty, 8-8. As we go to the top of the 4th inning, Shelley Duncan hit 5 home runs in his first 22 at-bats in the big leagues. Who was the last player to accomplish this feat? We will find out in the bottom of the inning.
Tommy.
You think it's Jim Thome?
No, I'm saying what happened to Tommy. Podsednik is up in there for.
Podsednik is pinch hitting for Thome. And a strike. Both pitchers ordered this shot from our director, John Moore. They've obliterated that 2nd inning with the flagpole. Just another do-over. I'd say of the 2 starters, the one that feels the worst has to be Garland. Because of the 8 runs that Clemens gave up, 5 of them were unearned.
And I would even take it further than that. Forget that 5 of them were unearned. You had an 8-0 lead.
You coughed it up.
Yes, and you're thinking, wow, he's got to pitch halfway decent, and I got to win here.
Yes. Plus, much more demoralizing for your team to be up 8-0, albeit you still got a long way to go in the 2nd inning. But just brought it back to a 0-0 ball game. If there's one thing as a starter, you just hope you get some run support. You want early runs. You know, the run support is deceiving as well. You know, you getting the 4 or 5 runs in the first 4 innings, you can manage that, or you get it in the last 3.
Driven into right center field. That is going to be a base hit for Pasednik. It splits the outfielders and it goes to the wall. Pasednik will stop at second with a double. So a pinch hit double for Pasednik.
See that ball leaking back over the plate. Carson's trying to get that ball inside, and you just see it just enough out over the plate. Pasednik, you see where left center. Pasednik has shown this whole series that he's a guy that hits the ball to left center. Melky Cabrera was playing accordingly, and he was able to pull his hands in and pull that ball. Scrappy player, Scott Pasednik. Good run.
Stole over 50 bases in 2005 when they won the World Series, and they just haven't been able to keep him healthy. And they've really missed him at the top of the lineup. I think that's been one of the biggest deficiencies in this offense.
Well, to think that their stolen base leader is a guy they just called up in July, and Jerry Owens, tells you a lot about their inability to run. Health is part of that.
Count 1-0. Boston leads Baltimore 3-1 in the 5th. Cleveland leads Texas 5-0 in the 8th. Yankees start action today 2 games behind the Indians in the wild card. Things have gotten very close very quickly. The 1-0. 2-0. Yankees start action 7 games behind the Red Sox in the AL East. Grounded foul by Konerko. Konerko really hurt Clemens in the second inning. 2 for 2. Single to left and then an RBI double to left. Scored 2 runs. Ozzie Guillen ready to turn 2. He was a good shortstop for the White Sox.
Ozzie was fun to watch because Ozzie had a lot of fun when he played with a lot of emotions, always talking. You know, he was great to watch play. See him the little slap. He was just, you know, he was, to me, he was, a lot of times he was the guy that really stirred it up for the club that got them going. He was the energy behind the clubs that he played for in the White Sox.
And it was constant. You're right about the talking. Never stopped.
Ground ball to third. A-Rod checks the runner back. And there's one away.
When Ozzie was the third base coach for the Marlins prior to becoming manager of the White Sox here, I had a game. I was on the mound. Ray Ordonez was playing short. Edgardo Alfonso was at third. He was the third base coach, and he was so loud and talked so much. I stepped off the rubber in the game. I said, Ozzie, would you be quiet? And my shortstop and third baseman, they're just like, you know, in Spanish, back and forth. And I had to step up. It was so loud. And it was in Florida, you know, there was 55 people there. And I said, Ozzie, zip it. I'm trying to pitch here.
And what'd he do?
No, he's laughing. He throws his hands up like it was, you know, we were playing Sandlot somewhere in some little field. But he's funny. He's funny. He doesn't stop.
Weak hack there by Przinski. Count 0-1.
I said, leave my shortstop alone. They're looking at you. They're talking to you. I'm throwing the ball. I hear him still talking.
Well, shouldn't you have told your shortstop to shut up?
Well, yeah. He was a little too far. No, but I know Ozzie well enough realizing that.
Ground ball to second base. Cano. 2 outs as Pasednik moves to third.
I was realizing they were doing more listening, Michael, than talking, so I guess it was more Ozzie.
And you don't want to get your teammates ticked at you.
No.
You didn't care.
Just trying to play a ball game, huh?
Jermaine Dye with a deep drive to left. If that's fair, it's gone. It is gone. A 2-run home run for Jermaine Dye, and the White Sox have retaken the lead. They're up 10-8. Well, for a guy who's having a terrible year, that's his 20th home run.
And a lot of it has been in the second half. That's his 8th home run, and he's a great low ball hitter. You know, you don't think of right-handers as good low ball hitters, but he is one. And I think a lot of that's because he has the long arms and the leverage, and he crushed that ball.
So the Yankees have another mountain to climb. This one is not as high as the other one.
That's a hill.
That's a little tiny hill.
Yeah.
A molehill. The other one was Everest, and they scaled. Everest got to the top. The 0-1. Count 1-2.
Good changeup, pulling the string on Darren Erstad. Starting him off with a couple breaking balls, and there you see the changeup just dropping out.
Darren Erstad, a great athlete, has won a national championship in football, a World Series in baseball, was the punter on Nebraska's national championship team. And that one he rips into right field. It is a base hit. It will go to the wall, played out there by Abreu, and he holds Erstad to a single.
Outstanding play by Bobby Abreu to read this hop off the wall and get to this ball quickly, because Erstad can run. And 2 outs, sometimes the guys will take a chance getting in scoring position, and he runs hard out of the box. Bobby Abreu plays this ball perfectly off the wall, turns and fires quickly, and holds him to a single. Doesn't assume or doesn't wait and look to see if he's going. He just came up and fired the ball to a strike to Robinson Cano, and Erstad had to stay.
There's a strike to Uribe.
Now, if you're the Yankees, you have to worry about Erstad stealing. He's 7 for 9 in stolen bases. Very smart base runner. He'll pick a pitch somewhere in this at bat if Uribe gives him a chance to try to get in scoring position.
Did Uribe check? No, he did not, said Mike Winters. How about the 4 through 7 hitters in the White Sox lineup today? They're 9 for 11 with 6 RBIs.
Good count to go on. 0-2-1-2. Usually it's a breaking ball, something in the dirt. Pitchers like to expand.
Ten, 12-0 for the White Sox, 8-11-1 for the Yankees. And we're just in the top of the 4th inning here at the stadium. Count 1-2.
Just to change your dinner reservations tonight, Mike. Make them a little later.
No, I'll be fine. You could pop a TV dinner into the microwave at any time. The 1-2. Fouled away.
Pitch right there. Carson's, he's got to bear down. He had some good rehab starts in Scranton. get ahead of a Hacker and Uribe, you want to bury it. These curveballs, he's leaving enough up out over the plate. Juan Uribe, he's got a little pop. He's a guy that's difficult to walk. He's swinging from the on-deck circle. If Carson's is getting an opportunity to really, you serve this as your start. You're coming in a ball game that's already been started. You take this as you have an opportunity to go 5 or 6 innings.
The 1-2. 2-2.
He's doing a nice job of holding the ball, keeping from Erstad from running. And when you think about a guy like Uribe, a lot of times he won't chase off the plate as much as up and down. So you want to expand the zone above his hands and below his knees.
2-2. Uribe putting together a tough at bat. All right, both of you, gut feeling. Is A-Rod hitting the home run today or not?
I said yesterday, yes. We talked about it, you and I, off the air.
How about you, Mal?
I think after that hit, I think he feels better about himself. Tight ball game. He was able to get a good pitch in on his hands, double down the line.
Robinson Cano on Kim Jones' post-game interview yesterday guaranteed that it would be today. The 2-2. Popped up. Andy Phillips. And that'll do it here in the 4th. Well, how about this? Alex Rodriguez comes up second in the next inning. Jermaine Dye has broken an 8-8 tie with a 2-run home run. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 10-8 Sox. Shelley Duncan hit 5 home runs in his first 22 at-bats. Who was the last player to accomplish this feat? And the answer is Greg Nettles. Did it in 1968 with the Twins, and the first home run was against Denny McClain. That was the year that Denny McClain won 31 games. Ozzie Guillen watched Boone Logan warm up and then came out to the mound with Herm Schneider, their longtime trainer. And let's see if they're going to make a change. Well, they're going to keep Logan in there. Ryan Buckfitch was ready to come in.
Logan kind of moving around his push-off leg. Maybe he's had a history or problem with his left leg.
As Guillen and Schneider were walking off the field, Guillen said something, and Herm Schneider wound up and hit him in the back of the head with his left hand, which I've never seen a trainer do to a manager. But Schneider has been there forever when Ozzie was a player, and he actually started in the Yankee organization as an assistant under Gene Monahan. And moved on to the White Sox, one of the more respected trainers in the game. He just smacked his manager.
That's a long-time relationship. Over 20 years being a player and a manager, Ozzie, in the White Sox organization. Obviously, he's very comfortable.
Yeah, when you're going to smack someone, you have to feel very comfortable. (10-8). White Sox lead the Yankees. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Abreu, Rodriguez, and Matsui. One and 0. In this series, Abreu is 5 for 8 with a home run, 3 ribbies, and he's walked twice. There's a breaking ball strike, 1-1. And the 1-1 outside, 2-1. Game closing in on 2 hours long. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. The second inning alone took an hour. Alex Rodriguez's wait for 500 had been longer than that. The 2-1. Tried to pull an outside pitch and grounds it to Richard. What a way. We told you last inning that Robinson Cano made a prediction to Kim Jones on the field after the game. Why don't we listen to what he said about Alex Rodriguez?
Well, we always tell him that, keep swinging and keep your head up, and he's the guy that you got to see his number. He got a good number, but he's going to get his 500 tomorrow.
And that is today. So the prediction from the great Cano. He's going to hit his 500th home run tomorrow. Well, let's see if he does. He's going to have to do it against another pitcher. Ozzie Guillen takes Boone Logan out, calls on Ryan Buckpitch. Buckpitch against A-Rod. When we get back, Yankees trail 10-8. Tom Gordon flash, and in a flash, Alex Rodriguez's quest toward probably 800 home runs began. That was his first big league home run. Now he's at 499, and that's good advice. Maybe he relaxed his last time up when he lined a RBI single to left field. Maybe that changes his approach. And now they're in a tight ball game. The last couple of games have been blowouts for the Yankees, and the only thing on his mind was, I want to hit a ball out. So let's see if the change in approach helps him at all. Jimmy Fox was closing in on 33 years of age when he hit his 500th home run. At present, he is the youngest man to get to 500. Alex Rodriguez turned 32 last Friday in Baltimore. So obviously he will become the youngest man. Will it be today? Will it be at this at bat? Ryan Buckpitch against Alex Rodriguez. And they are staying away from A-Rod. No pitcher wants to have his name alongside a milestone home run. They've all pitched A-Rod very, very tough. There's a strike. A-Rod is 2 for 3 with a home run lifetime against Buckvidge. Home plate umpire James Hoy, very generous for both sides on each side of the plate. Those are Buckvidge's numbers. The 1-1. Staying away, away, away. Most of the crowd standing here at the stadium. The 2-1. 2-2.
After 3 sliders away, he comes in with his fastball and beats Alex a little bit. See Alex try to pull his hands in there. To come back in here, Alex, or does he go slider?
Slider.
The 2-2. Line drive, base hit to right field. So A-Rod is 2 for his last 2. He picks up a 1-out single.
Just a great piece of hitting by Alex Rodriguez, and you can see he's worried about winning this game. He's not worried about number 500, and this is a slider away from him. And he's so good at getting the barrel of the bat on the ball. I mean, that's why you hit the ball as hard as he does. He's a little bit out front there, but because he's able to get the barrel on the ball, he hits it hard.
Some flash bulbs here in the daytime. Alex had an interesting comment yesterday. I was talking to him about his hot start, and he said all last year he got beaten on one pitch. They were able to power the fastball by him. He said so he was expecting that would be the same book on him this year. He said he thought that it took Major League Baseball 2.5 months to realize that he could be beaten on that pitch this year, and now they're pitching him differently, and they're throwing him a lot of breaking balls. Should it take that long before a league catches up, Al?
No, you know, well, it all depends on the staff, who's doing the scouting, which teams and pitchers watch video as closely as some guys. But look, even as great as Alex Rodriguez is, hitters change within the season. Maybe he's hot on the outside pitch, and all of a sudden he's cold on the inside, and vice versa. You know, guys don't stay the same the whole year. If they do, they're going to have the MVP type season. Alex, you know, he shows the league, hey, I could get in there. I'll pull my hands in like his previous at bat. Hits a hard line drive down the left field line. So now that opens up the outside corner. Is he pulling off the ball? That piece of hitting there, and then the previous at bat really shows me that he's kind of getting out of the mindset of a home run at bat. Let me just hit the ball hard here. Because him going the other way right there. If he was thinking home run, that's a ground ball to short instead of a base hit to right.
Foul back by Matsui.
And let me give you another reason, Michael. Let's just use 2 pitchers for example. John Danks throwing 91, 92, 93. Andy Pettit throwing the same, touching the same. And Andy Pettit has faced Alex Rodriguez over the last couple of years and has beaten him with fastballs. John Danks over the last couple of years has not faced him and says, you know what, I'm going to go after him with my fastball because people are beating him on fastball. Well, he sees John Danks' fastball really well, and he hits it. So what does Andy Pettit do? Well, Andy Pettit's probably going to go with his gut feeling and say, this is how I got him out in the past. I'm going to stick with it until he proves that he can't hit my fastball. So I'm going to go at him with a fastball. If he hits it, then I might have to make the adjustment. But each pitcher's fastball looks different to a hitter. Some guys you pick up better, and you got to kind of go on what you did, not what the rest of the league did.
Tried to pull an outside pitch, grounds it to Konerko. They go to second, one on to first. Not in time with Buckvidge covering.
I don't know if that made sense, but
no,
everyone's fastball looks different.
It's a good changeup right here from Buckvidge. Taking the sting out of Matsui's bat there. You see he was out in front of the changeup. Now he's just busting down the line, hoping to not get doubled up. Buckvidge made it a close play by getting over there.
And also with pitchers, I guess to follow your point, there is a certain amount of ego. Well, yeah, he's hitting fastballs this year, but not mine. Not the way I throw it.
Yes, that is true. I have caught pitchers that are like that. I've caught pitchers that throw hard, and you throw a fastball to a hitter, and he just misses it. And he'll want to come back with another fastball because he says, you know what, I don't believe what I just saw. I can throw my fastball by. And I believe there's hitters. There are ego hitters, too. I mean, hitters You know, a lot of times we used to talk about, we used to face Texas in the playoffs. We thought there were a lot of ego hitters because they didn't want to take their walks. They wanted to drive in the runs, and you could expand the zone, and they wouldn't take their walks. They had a great offense, but I think that's the reason that we beat them, because they wouldn't take the walks, and our guys would.
On the pitcher side, my former radio partner John Sterling used to tell the story when he was with the Braves. Steve Bedrosian was a reliever, and the catcher went out. There was a young player up, and he said, "This guy's a really good fastball hitter." And Bedrosian looked at the catcher and said, "Yeah, but is he a great fastball hitter?" And he threw his fastball.
And what happened?
He never told that part of the story.
Kind of left you hanging all those years.
No, I
think we need to go revisit that story.
I think he was in the Carlisle, and it was an 0-2 pitch, and that's the last I heard of it. There's Johnny.
Well, I might just go find out in between innings.
He'll tell you. Slice the other way, and it's a foul ball. Jorge's had another great day. 2 doubles, both of them in the second inning. 2 ribbies, a run scored. His double, his second double of the second inning, tied the game at 8. If you joined us late, boy, you've missed a lot. The Yankees were down 8-0 after an inning and a half, and they put an 8th spot of their own on the board at the bottom of the second. And that's the first time in Major League history that 2 teams have scored 8 or more runs in the second inning. The 0-2, 1-2. Really wanted that ball. He's still down. Hope he got the ball. Squibbed out towards short. Uribe will take the out at first. Joe Girardi's going to John Sterling. And in the 4th inning, no runs, a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. At the 8 count, he's up. Did he get the ball? No, he didn't even get the ball. Sad. Had that sort of day, 93 degrees first pitch. It is a hot and humid afternoon, and it's a long afternoon for the players and the fans. Now, I know you just went on a recon mission, Joe, and You actually sought out John Sterling, and what happened to Steve Bedrosian?
Joe Torre was managing Atlanta, and he went to the mound, and he had read up on Ken Phelps, who was a September call-up with the Expos.
Danny Richard takes a pitch outside.
And the report on Ken Phelps was he was a good fastball hitter. So Joe Torre went out, gave the report to Bedrosian, and he said, but is he a great fastball hitter like you said? And I said, well, what happened to Ken Phelps? He said, he struck him out on a fastball.
So Bedrosian was right.
Yeah.
That one is driven into right center field. It is a base hit, and it will go to the wall. Richard is going to stop at second with a leadoff double.
This fastball up in the zone from Karstens. See where that ball is for Danny Richard to be able to get the barrel of the bat on it. Very important for Jeff Karstens to hold the White Sox where they are. Just see perfectly placed in right center field. Danny Richard can run a little bit. Melky Cabrera firing it back. One of the young White Sox players that they're evaluating for the rest of the year, along with Jerry Owens here.
Pitch to Owens is a strike. Did you guys find that on hot days, umpire strike zones got wider as the day got longer?
Before Questek, definitely, and depending on who was behind home plate. But here with James Hoy so far, he's shown he's not afraid to call a few inches off the plate either side.
Were you a pitcher, Al, that would sit there and calculate what umpire was going to come in and who was going to be behind the plate?
Yes. If I had the third game in the series, I'd come in and I'd see who was at second base, and it was either, oh gosh, or
because John Hirschbeck, you had a party. Grounded back to first. John Hirschbeck is a pitcher's umpire and a good guy.
You know what, Michael, prior to Questek, it really did vary with the umpire. Depending on, it varied batter to batter. You know, some umpires, if it was a veteran player that deserved a bigger strike zone, you knew it.
See, now the way you talk about Questek, though, Al, it sounds like you don't like it. I think that it's the right thing to do. I don't think that being a home plate umpire is an interpretive art. A strike is a strike is a strike.
I don't like it because it's not in every stadium. Put him in all the stadiums, and that's fine.
Agree.
We're on level playing field. Don't put him in selective stadiums. These guys know when they're on the computer. They say it.
Pitch to Cintron is grounded to first. Nice play there by Phillips. And there's two-way as Richard moves to third. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the aforementioned New York Yankees. Ron Balone warming. I've asked you this before, and it really bothers me. Some teams won't let Questek in their stadium. I find that just hard to believe.
Well,
is it Major League Baseball the final say on everything? I want it in there. That's it. They don't let it in Atlanta, right?
Well, I knew. Well, look, I wasn't in the conversation, but what was said, and we heard as rumor, that they just flat out said, no, you're not putting Questek in our stadium.
That's just amazing.
You know, playing with the Mets, I said, wait a minute, we're battling with the Braves, and they're saying that you can't, and Shea Stadium has it? That's not fair.
Strike to Posednik. I mean, first of all, it should be in every single stadium. And don't tell me about the cost. It's not prohibitive. That it's on, what is it, in 12 you told me, Al?
13.
Crazy.
He could probably name every stadium that's in too.
I probably could. I mean, I'd never beat it up with a baseball batter. As Kurt Schilling did.
Count 2-1. But you heard a lot of pitchers when Questek came in complained about it. You know, they're not getting the call off the corner. Well, you're not supposed to. It's not a strike.
And they weren't getting the 3 and 4 inches that they were used to getting.
The 2-1. Line past A-Rod and into left field for a base hit. Posednik picks up an RBI, and the White Sox now lead 11-8.
Al, do you think they'll ever go back to raising the mound? Because that seems to be the talk now. You see Pacetti, he's making mistakes up and out over the plate. That seems to be what has happened today to most of the pitchers.
And that's where speed kills. Look where Alex Rodriguez has to be on a 2-1 count. Cuts down on the angle. Pacetic is a good bunter. If Alex was back in his normal position, would have caught it. He has to come up to honor the bunt. Give me some speedy players that can bunt. Can do so much for a team.
Do you think they'll ever raise the mound again? Because that seems to be the talk now, that they think that it might cut down on injuries.
Pitch to Konerko is popped up. Posada behind the plate near the screen, can't get there. He was having trouble with the sun. He could not get there.
Well, with the high sky today, sometimes the wind there's not a lot of wind, but there's a little swirling wind. He's trying to block the sun out with his glove. He's looking for the fence, and this ball's just off to his right, and he just misjudges it. And I hated pop-ups. You can have pop-ups. I used to encourage my first baseman and my third baseman. Whoever wants it, you go ahead and take it. And the high sky makes it very difficult. Almost hits Konerko with the mask here. It'd be strike 3.
Got the outside corner. Konerko fouls it away.
Yes, and Questek, Michael, I'm with you. That's fine. It should be. You shouldn't get 3 or 4 inches on the corner, but don't give me a rule book that shows the strike zone from the letters to the hollow of the knee. You don't get the letters. So if we're going to pull the plate in to give something to the pitcher, I know they tried it a few years ago. They said they were going to call the high strike. There was some calls being argued with Phil Cuzzy the other night with some high strikes. But a higher mound would be some help to a pitcher. No question about it. You get a better plane. Look, since 19
postgame on Yes, we celebrate the life and career of the captain as Yankeeography profiles Thurman Munson on the anniversary of his death. Then Monday night at 9 on Yes, experience an emotional moment in baseball history as Yankees Classics premieres Farewell to the Captain. Celebrate Thurman Munson tonight and again Monday right here on Yes. On this day in 1979, Thurman Munson's plane went down. He perished in that plane crash, but his memory still lives here at the stadium. New pitcher for the Yankees, it's Ron Ballone as the Yankees try to hold it right here, 11-8. Ballone against Przinsky. The pitch is inside, 1-0. Along with Al Leiter and Joe Girardi, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball on Yes. You see Ron Ballone's numbers. He's done very well since coming up from AAA. Count 1-1. This has been a wild game, especially the second inning. White Sox knocked Roger Clemens out with 8 runs in the second inning. But the Yankees came right back and scored 8 runs in the bottom of the inning. But the White Sox with 2 in the 4th and 1 in the 5th, they lead 11-8. And the count now 1-2.
We talked about in the pregame how the day games after the night games affect you. They really affect you when they're long games like this. It just seems that your energy level gets sapped as the day goes on.
And Przinsky swings and misses through a high fastball from Ballone, 1 away.
It's hard to tell what that pitch was. It was a little slider that didn't move much.
Here's Jermaine Dye. He's had a great day. He is 3 for 3, 2 doubles and a home run. His home run broke the 8-8 time, made it 10-8. Count 1-0. If you're going to have an inning or a game like this where you have to fashion 8 innings out of the bullpen, the guy you want pitching the next day is Chien-Ming Wang, and that's exactly what the Yankees have, because Chien-Ming Wang in all likelihood will give them length.
And to me, the other thing that's helpful for the Yankees is they have that true long man now, Jeff Carson, and he gave him 3 1/3 innings. And you don't have to necessarily use everyone in the bullpen in a game like today.
Dye rumored to be traded many places, the last one being the Red Sox. That never got done, as Kenny Williams, the GM for the White Sox, was said to be asking for a lot, and no one was willing to part for that for what would essentially be a renter player. Jermaine Dye, a free agent at the end of this year. Now the rumors have increased that the White Sox will probably re-sign him. And what they'll do is the old adage of business, they'll buy low. And right now his leverage isn't very good because he's hitting .236. Now if he had been a free agent following last year, he would have done very well. Swing and a miss. 2 away.
Ron Ballone just coming right after him here, 3-2, saying, here, hit it. You saw a little cut at the very end. Jorge just by the transfer. No, he nicked his glove. That's why Jorge dropped it. Mentioned Joe about Carson's being a long man. Ron Ballone, his career has started a fair share amount of games and really gives Joe another guy that could go 3 innings.
The big difference to me, though, Carson's has been built up. You know, starter in the minor leagues, came back and rehabbed as a starter, where Ron Ballone's been pretty much a reliever the whole year. But you're right. I mean, if they were to send him down and want him to you know, increase his pitch count or increase it as the season went on, he could do it.
It's over in Cleveland. Indians beat Texas 5-0. That's a final. And the 1-1. 2-1.
Al, did you like catchers who had mitts that popped when you threw? I mean, was it that big of an ego thing for pitchers?
Why is it ego? It just sounds good. It sounds like you're throwing harder. But now you don't really need it because you know how hard you're throwing. But once upon a time, there was a guessing game as to how hard the pitcher was throwing. You get a guy with a little popper. Nothing else, you thought you were throwing hard.
The reason I asked it, I was just fresh out of A-ball, played my first year and a half in the minor leagues, and I went to big league spring training, and I was catching Rick Sutcliffe, and I was using a mitt where I wouldn't drop balls and be rolling because, you know, I was nervous. He started yelling at me that my glove had no pop.
Did you say maybe you don't have any pop?
I wanted to.
Fly ball to center, and that's it. Looks like Erstad pulled a hamstring as he was coming out of the box. Let's see. Wow, he went right down. A cramp, maybe from the heat and the loss of hydration. We go to the bottom of the 6th. As promised, it's time for a sneak peek at the new Universal Pictures release, The Bourne Ultimatum, in theaters tomorrow. Well, Darren Erstad had to leave the game, and boy, it was painful to see him walk down the dugout steps. Andy Gonzalez takes over out in left field, and here's how it happened. Right down.
He was on the disabled list, Michael, with a left ankle injury. Let's just spin it on the backside, and hopefully for his sake, he just has a cramp and didn't pull his hamstring.
His body has really betrayed him in the last couple of years, and he could hardly get down these steps. Pitch to Abreu is a strike. Buck pitch still in there. He's done a nice job. Came in with one out in the 4th inning. Alex Rodriguez on deck. The 1-1.
Now, I found a lot of times in games like this when it's real hot, it seems like you're going to see the cramping, and we don't know what happened to Erstad, but it seems like a lot of times the offenses run out of gas. You know, where they'll score and they'll have great at bats, and all of a sudden, it's like they may not be as quick. The fatigue sets in a little bit, and you know, it's just strange how you'll score a ton of runs in the beginning, and all of a sudden it kind of shuts down.
Is that what happens?
I think so. Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I think it's almost fatigue sets in.
Yeah.
You know, they think that in NBA games when a team falls behind by a lot, and then they expend all this energy to catch back up, and they don't have anything left in the tank to actually take the lead. You know, they've just wasted themselves getting back to even, and you know, maybe that happened to the Yankees in the bottom of the second inning. But the White Sox playing under the same conditions, and they were demoralized, and they've come back. Deep drive, right field, dive back, looking up, see ya! A long home run for Bobby Abreu. And the White Sox lead is now 11-9.
Double digits for Bobby Abreu and homers now, and you know, Al, we've talked about that inside pitch leaking back across the middle of the plate all day. It's exactly what happened again, and when you go over in meetings and hitters, if you're going to miss, you miss in, and when you miss out over the plate, usually it turns into something bad.
9 of his 10 home runs are against right-handed pitching. He's just been really hitting right-handers well of late.
Here's Alex Rodriguez, 2 for his last 3. Still looking for his 500th home run. And the pitch is high, 1-0. 24 at bats since home run number 499 against Gil Mesh in Kansas City. That one was an opposite field home run to right center. RBI single to left in the second, single to right in the fourth. Foul back.
Now, in the beginning of the game, I didn't notice the flashes, but I noticed the flashes there, Michael. And is it because the people are starting to be in the shade now in the stands?
I think that's it, Joe. And some of these cameras don't give the flash unless there's light needed. So as it gets darker and the shade takes over, the cameras are kicking in their flashes. And you'll see the pitch being delivered. A little Christmas time in the Bronx in August.
Flash is only good for about 25 feet.
Really? Now you're a paparazzi?
I like taking pictures. It looks good. I like the whole Christmas tree thing, but it doesn't help the swing and the spot where Alex is swinging.
That was last night, and the stadium looked like it was overtaken by fireflies. So the count 2-2 on A-Rod. The 2-2. Foul back.
Buckvidge, his previous at bat, Alex went down and got a good slider down the way, went the other way, and you see what Buckvidge is doing now, pounding the body line on Alex, so he's showing both sides of the plate.
Crowd chanting, "Let's go A-Rod." Many in the crowd on their feet. The 2-2 popped up. Konerko will make the play in foul territory for the first out.
See the pitch sequence by Buckvidge. He starts him in. He was trying to go away with a fastball. Then he throws him that little slider, the little hard slider. Throws another one down in the dirt. Counts 2-1. Throws him a fastball away. He stayed away. Then he's going to go in, and he misses over the middle, but it's up enough he gets away with it. Throws another one in and jams him. Gets him to pop out to first base.
So Alex now 25 at bats since his 499th home run. Ozzie Guillen going to the bullpen again, trying to mix and match through the final 3 2/3. All the big hits and great plays another time around with WB Mason presents Yankees Encore. Later after each game and again the next morning at 9 only on Yes. I don't think in the history of Yes has a game actually spilled over into the WB Mason Encore, Yankees Encore. This could happen today. We could spill over into Encore.
Till 9 in the morning?
No, later at night.
Oh, okay.
It's 3:50, so the game 2 hours and 50 minutes long at this point. And the sixth inning is not even over.
What time tonight is it on?
I think it's 7. Matt Thornton is the new pitcher.
Oh, we got a shot.
Hideki Matsui, by the way, was named the American League Player of the Month. In 28 games, 345, 39 hits, 28 ribbies, and 113 at-bats. Also had 13 home runs and 31 runs scored in July. Not bad. Others receiving votes: Adrian Beltre of the Mariners, 314. Justin Morneau of the Twins, 347. Robinson Cano of the Yankees, 385. And Mark Grudzielanek of the Royals, 429. And Matsui goes down on strikes against Thornton.
A little pedicure for you, Michael.
Was that for me, Al?
What you were talking about.
I don't really know what to do with that, Al. I know.
I'm not doing anything with it. Here is Jorge Posada. And there's a strike. Thornton throws home. Now 1-1. 11-9 White Sox lead the Yankees. Throwing 95 miles an hour and then drops an off-speed pitch in there, and Posada way out in front, 1-2.
Somebody throwing as hard as Matt Thornton, you cannot get off the fastball.
Strike 3. Thornton paints the outside corner with a fastball, so comes in, and he strikes out Matsui and Posada. But the Yankees, after the strikeout to Posada, obviously they scored 1 run in this inning. Bobby Abreu hit one into the bleachers in right center field. So the Yankees scratch back. Now the White Sox lead 11-9 as we go to the 7th. YesNetwork.com. Get game recap, stats, and video highlights from every game, as well as the all-new web-exclusive video feature, Postgame Plus. Get informed, get entertained, and get it all only at YesNetwork.com. Uribe takes a strike from Ron Balone. 11-14-0 for the White Sox, 9-14-1 for the Yanks. Now, you mentioned yesterday about Melky Cabrera playing in dead center field, and now he looks like he's a step toward left center. And what were you saying, that you could pick up the ball better?
Well, you could see the ball go through the zone and the contact, therefore getting a better jump. That's the hardest thing for a center fielder, to see the ball off the bat. You want to give yourself a little angle, so even though it's straight up, guys will be just a little bit left or right, and that's still considered straight up.
Although he's pretty close to straight up right now, maybe a step toward left center. Popped up. Phillips runs out of room. Uribe today is 1 for 3, but he's just 5 for his last 30.
You know, he swung the bat pretty well against the Yankees. He had the homer off of Andy Pettitte. Actually, it was Mike Messina. Game 1.
1-2. Popped up. And Posada runs out of room. Lands on the roof of the Yankee dugout.
You off a Moose. Juan Uribe hit a 3-2 curveball.
And the 1-2 pitch. Oh, what a weak hack, a strange hack. As the ball was low and inside, and Uribe swings over the top, one away.
Andy Pettitte did that to him last night with that cutter inside. The same pitch that Ron Balone throws here. And some people call that an underwater hack.
It's a nasty pitch.
Yeah. And when a guy's in the swing mode, I mean, you know he's swinging it when it's out of the pitcher's hand, and then all of a sudden it almost hits you in the back leg.
Here's Danny Richard in AAA this year. He hit .305 with 13 homers and 61 ribbies. That's in 98 games. And with the trade of Tadahito Iguchi to the Phillies, they're giving Richard a try at second.
They traded him for a young outfielder, Aaron Cunningham, a right-handed hitter. Played in A-ball. He was a 6th-round pick in 2005. And Cunningham was considered the White Sox #6 prospect going into this year, but they're thinking that they may have found an everyday second baseman to fill in for Iguchi, who was traded, and a young guy that has pretty good hands. They talked about, doesn't, you know, as a hitter, he doesn't show a lot of fear. He's committed to trying to hit the ball the other way and stay on the ball.
And they love his game defensively. They think that he's got that part conquered major league wise. At the plate, only time will tell. There's so many people talk about guys that dominate in AAA. And a lot of people believe in a quadruple A player. Too good for AAA, not good enough for the big leagues.
So
not
where's
saying that that's
you?
him.
A lot of times it gets you on the bench in the big leagues. Or the guy that's going up and down, up and down.
And Richard walks with one out.
Well, let's face it, in minor leagues, you're going to see there's still quality future big leaguers in the minor leagues, AA, AAA, but it's not every day. You get to the big leagues, that's the difference. See somebody batting 3 and change in AAA, they're facing maybe 2 future major league pitchers a week. Here, you're seeing one every night, and that's the difference between that 4A kind of league. Same goes for pitchers. You know, they're facing the top dominant prospects, maybe 2 or 3 in lineup. And then you have filling guys.
Along with Al Leiter and Joe Girardi, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on Yes. We're in the top of the 7th inning, and the White Sox lead the Yankees 11-9. Here's Jerry Owens. And that one gets past Posada as Richard will move to second.
Jorge's going to go talk to him about the signs. This is a little slider. Maybe a cut fastball almost. And it's hard. Whenever you call a fastball and a pitcher throws it in the dirt, you just don't have the time to react as a catcher to get down and block it, and you have to try to pick it, and you hope that it's a short hop, because those are the ones that are easier to pick. But the farther the ball gets away from you, the harder it is to judge where you're going to catch it.
So breaking ball. Obviously, you get a breaking ball, you can anticipate it going in the dirt. Therefore, you get ready for block mode. But a fastball,
you're just not anticipating it in the dirt, and you don't have that time. I mean, the ball just gets on you so much quicker.
Final in Fenway, Red Sox beat the Orioles 7-4. And that's a drag bunt. Bunted right to Cano, and not in time. Probably bunted a little bit harder than he wanted to, but he's got such great speed, he picks up a base hit as Richard moves to third.
Well, a lot of times when young left-handers face left-handers, they don't know them, and they're considered maybe a player that could be a platoon guy. So how do you get your base hits? Well, when you're a speed guy, sometimes you do things like this. You take a bunt with you, and it's a good bunt, and he just beats the throw. Jerry Owens, who was a wide receiver at UCLA, has always had great speed. Now you can do a lot of things. You can try to steal second base. You put pressure on Ron Vallone, the defense. You got Josh Fields, who hits well off of left-handers.
Vizcaíno warming. Fields took over in the field an inning ago for Alex Centrone.
You look at this little triangle that the White Sox have with Fields at home and runners on first and third. This is part of the future of the White Sox, the young players that they have. Two of them coming up through their prospect, their minor leagues, trading for Richard.
Pitch missed outside and 1-0. First and third with one out. White Sox up 11-9. The 1-0 to Fields. There's a fastball strike. Big inning in this game, the second inning. Combined, the team scored 16 runs. They were very democratic about it, 8 apiece. And Richard trying to distract Ron Vallone.
Al, how much did it distract you when base runners did that?
it depended upon how much jockeying they were doing, but it's distracting. You know, because if they get a real walking lead, you see where Alex he's just way off third base. Pretty easy to score on a ground ball to the right side, assuming that Fields gets out of there. It's not a double play ball.
And what you're taught to do as a runner on third base, and I think Richard did the incorrect thing there, is when you have a left-hander, when he throws to first, his back is to go down the line a little bit, because if the ball gets away from the first baseman, you might be able to score. So if he throws to first, go down a little bit, because Phillips is not going to throw the ball back across the diamond. You get back to third too easy. So be aggressive. Put pressure on all the fielders.
Well, Valone needs a strikeout here or a double play. Count 1 and 2. Well, they've announced the crowd here at the stadium, 54,869. That's 25th sellout of the year. As the day has moved along, a lot of seats in the wings of the upper deck are open. A lot of camps, and they have time limits to keep the kids out. So it's over a 3-hour game right now. The 1-2. Foul back. Especially in left field, there are a lot of kids with light colored shirts up there. You see those kids are all in blue, and that's the Bill Walton camp or the Grateful Dead camp, one of those two.
Last night Andy Pettit had some success going in on fields with that cutter down and in. If he could throw that same pitch that he threw to Uribe, he might be able to strike him out and run Valone.
The 1-2 upstairs.
Well, it's also, Joe, as you know, it's a good ground ball pitch. The Yankees are set up for a double play. They're anticipating a ground ball. Josh Fields doesn't run very hard, so that ball that's got downward bite into the zone is a good ground ball pitch.
The 2-2. Fields hanging in there.
Josh Fields, a #1 draft pick at Oklahoma State. He was quarterback at Okie State. White Sox really see an upside on him and his future here with the White Sox. They have to decide whether Joe Creedy is going to be third baseman or not.
Popped up. That will not get a run in. Cano getting an angle. Tagging is Richard. Here's the throw. Here's the play to plate. He's out. A double play. Scored 4-2. Richard gambled, and Cano has a good strong arm and fired a strike to Jorge Posada. A beautiful throw. Posada blocked the plate, and that will do it. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left. And with that double play, 6.5 in the books. Time for the 7th inning stretch. White Sox lead the Yankees 11-9. Let's honor America here at the stadium by listening to the voice of the stadium, Mr. Bob Shepard.
As we remember the servicemen and women who are stationed around the globe, and especially remember those who have lost their lives defending our freedom and our way of life. And now, please join Kate Smith as she sings God Bless America.
Yankees are trailing 11-9, a game in which they trailed 8-0 at one point. They tied the game up. They fell behind 11-8. Now it's 11-9, and it'll be the bottom of the Yankee order. Cano, Bettermeat, and Phillips against Matt Thornton. And the pitch is outside, 1-0. How about that play? Derek Jeter is on deck to pinch hit for Bettermeat. How about the play by Cano?
Well, I think he's sending because Cano's back is to the infield, but you can't underestimate his baseball knowledge, the strong arm that he has, his awareness of the field. He turned right around and threw a strike to home.
Now let me throw this at you guys. Why wouldn't Abreu have called him off there? Because he's facing the plate, and the runner probably doesn't go if Abreu makes the play.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Maybe Bobby, was too far away from it and would have been in a dead sprint. And you see the great throw. Posada blocks the plate. Danny Richard better learn not to slide head first when you're going into home plate. And because his back is to him, he says, I'll take a chance. If he catches it facing home plate, whether it's Cano or Abreu, he probably doesn't go.
Strike. Cano thought that was ball four. I would think that as a catcher, Joe, you see a runner go head first, you're thrilled.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely elated.
Yeah. I mean, what you worry about is guys running you over. I mean, that's the one thing that, you could possibly get hurt. But when they slide head first, there's usually not a lot of momentum, and they're asking to get hurt.
Count still 3-2. Yankees need a base runner with Jeter on deck. 11-9, White Sox lead. Fouled away.
Matt Thornton, he's this smooth, easy cheese, doesn't he? 96, 97 miles an hour. Looks like he got behind there on Robinson Cano and just stroking a fastball. It's got some life to it.
Doesn't have the big breaking ball, though, like Boone Logan.
And the 3-2. He walked him. So that brings Jeter up as the tying run here in the seventh. Now, Derek Jeter didn't start today. They're a little banged up. His shoulder had been bothering him from a play in Baltimore. And Joe Torre convinced him, listen, I'm going to give you the day off and I'll start Bettermeat. And he called him into his office to tell him, and Jeter walked out and said, so you're benching me? And Joe said, no, I'm not benching you. You're just not going to play. Well, here he is playing.
When he was a lot younger, he would joke with Joe when he would give him a day off and say, well, how am I ever going to break Cal's record if you keep sitting? He'd always give him a hard time. Jeet hates sitting on the bench because he doesn't know what to do with himself.
Derek Jeter's only come to the plate 3 times in his career as a pinch hitter. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. And that doesn't mean he's not a good pinch hitter. It just means he starts all the time. And when he doesn't start, he's usually hurt and isn't available to pinch hit. But today it was just minor bumps and bruises, and Joe pushed the right button as Bettermeat hit a 3-run home run in the Yankees' 8-run second inning. Now Ozzie Guillen is going to go, I guess, going to go to the bullpen and bring in a right-hander. And Mike McDougal, hard-throwing right-hander, is ready out there. Still no signal yet. And now there is a signal, so he will go for the right-hander. McDougal used to close in Kansas City. They called him Mac the 9th then. Well, now he's Mac the 7th coming in. presented by Sharp Aquas, the official HDTV of Major League Baseball. Wilson Betemit starts his Yankee career with a home run. Alex Rodriguez with a couple hits, still waiting on his 500. Jorge Posada with a couple more hits, and Bobby Abreu with a long home run. A great defensive play by Cano and Posada. It's been an exciting game. Seesaw back and forth, and here we are on the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Yankees are trailing 11-9 as Ozzie Guillen, the manager of the White Sox, goes to his 5th pitcher. Mike McDougal just came out in the DL today, was at a rehab assignment in the minor leagues, and they sent down the knuckleballer who the Yankees have seen 2 games in a row, Charlie Hager, to make room. So here is McDougal. He throws hard when he's right.
Well, you saw those numbers. He's got 47 base runners in 21 and 2/3 innings, 21 walks. As a reliever, it's not good. As any pitcher, it's not good.
And at times, Al, he really falls in love with his slider. And as Michael said, he's a hard thrower. I mean, he'll throw at 95, 96 miles an hour with sink and run to it. And he'll fall in love with that slider. He'll get himself in bad counts, and he walks a lot of guys. I love this guy's arm, and I think he's got very good stuff. But I don't think Mike McDougal trusts his stuff. You know, I think he's pitches away from contact, and he's got so much movement and such a good slider that I think he should be more aggressive.
Well, he was on the DL with right shoulder inflammation, and he will face Derek Jeter. Righties against McDougal 265. Lefties hit him at 381. There's no more lefties in the bullpen for Guillen. Starts him off with the slider, 1-0.
We just heard the report on Darren Ernstad that he had cramps in both legs.
Check swing. Did he go? Yes, said Mike Winters.
You see the great run and sink on that fastball by Mike McDougal, and the check swing by Derek Jeter. It looks like it's going to be strike. It looks like it's going to be strike, and Jeter's not able to hold his swing back.
Grounded softly to third, but it kicks foul. John Garland started. Boone Logan, Ryan Bucknich, Matt Thornton, and now Mike McDougal.
Well, just by arm strength, you can see why the White Sox were excited about Matt Thornton, McDougal, and then getting to Bobby Jenks.
And they also had Cisco, they got from Kansas City, another hard thrower, and Nick Massett, Ardsma. All guys throwing 92, 93 plus, and they couldn't throw strikes.
Jeter pinch hitting for Betemit. Cano is at first. The 1-2 tied him up with a high fastball, and Jeter down on strikes. When McDougal throws strikes, he is very close to unhittable. His stuff is electric.
You look at the pitch by McDougal. He starts him off with the slider. Derek Jeter's not biting on that pitch, and then he gets him on a check swing on a fastball that runs in. Throws him another fastball middle away, and then he throws this fastball. He's trying to go in, and you see the hard run in. And he doesn't have to be perfect with his strikes. He just has to throw strikes, to me, and be somewhat close, because a lot of the pitches that he throws are going to appear to be strikes, and then they're going to run out of the zone.
That's some late movement right there.
Andy Pettit with a ground ball. Base hit. Andy Phillips checked that as Cano goes to second. So Phillips is 2 for 4.
You know, the difference is when the ball is down, it has a lot more sink. It will almost disappear out of the zone, and when you get it up, it's more flat. It runs across, and those are the easier ones for hitters to hit, like Andy Phillips got there.
Here's Johnny Damon. Johnny is 2 for 4. Johnny had some comments in the paper yesterday questioning where his place was on this Yankee team once Giambi got back and whether or not he would be traded. But he told our Kim Jones today, said, you know, I might have talked out of frustration. I understand exactly what my role is, and I have no problem with it whatsoever.
Joe Torre made a great point about that, whereas, you know, when a guy is playing every day, you don't want him to be happy when he gets the day off. You want him to want to play, and that's what Johnny Damon wants to contribute. And he has been contributing the month of July very well, scoring a lot of runs. Started off swinging the bat pretty good in August, and he just wants to be in the lineup. And Johnny Damon is not a confrontational type of guy, so I think there's much of this.
The 2-0. Line drive. Oh, caught by Konerko for the double play. You cannot hit the ball harder than Johnny Damon just hit that one. But Konerko is a slick fielding first baseman. He pulled it down, fired to Uribe for the 3-6 double play. That would have been a double, and the Yankees would have been down 11-10. Konerko starts the double play. We go to the 8th. With your Yankee announcers, the three of us here in the booth for the Chevrolet Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772, or for more information, visit ChevyOffers.com. You can vote right up until the end of the game. Vote now and make your voice heard. Today's candidates are number 1, Bobby Abreu, number 2, Jorge Posada, number 3, Jermaine Dye, and number 4, the newest Yankee, Wilson Betemit. Standard text messaging rates apply. So Kyle Farnsworth came in, and now they're having a meeting at the mound.
I think this is about Posada. Maybe the long day back there, the heat's got to him a little bit.
Well, Tony Pena says that he'll warm up Farnsworth.
Here comes Jose Molina out of the bullpen.
Day game after night game. It's extremely hot here at the stadium. When does it start to kick in, Joe?
Well,
how does it affect the catcher?
Well, he could be cramping up. He could be a little bit dizzy. He could feel sick. You know, there's a lot of different things that could be going on with Jorge. And, you know, Jorge plays every day, and very seldom he gets a full day off. And he might have become a little bit dehydrated. Something that we talked about could happen to you if you played on a day like today where you lose 15 to 20 pounds.
Now, let me ask you this, Joe. As a catcher, did you ever have to have intravenous fluids on a hot day?
Never.
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 Do you ever see it done to anybody?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Where just drinking it's not enough, that you actually have to have it in the body.
Right.
Okay. Well, for Jorge Posada to leave a game You can see he's squatting down here, and then he's going to signal to the dugout that he's just not right. He's probably cramping up. This was right before he started to warm up. And that's it.
Yeah, and you see him limping there, and it looks like he might be cramping up in his hip or his hamstring a little bit. Like the guts of Tony Pena warming up Kyle Farnsworth, the guy who'll get it up at 98. No mask, no shin, nothing.
Now Molina had to put the gear on, so he's all ready. Al, did you ever experience that? You ever see a teammate intravenous fluids?
No. I know guys have lost a lot of fluid, but I can't remember anybody having to go to the hospital or.
Oh, they used to do it at the park. They used to do it right at the park. Team doctor hook up, the fluids and do it right at the park.
Well, Molina is in there now. He can do the job defensively, but you'll see there by the Yankee lineup card, it'll be 2, 3, and 4 coming up for the Yankees in the 8th inning. Then you've got Matsui, and you'd much rather have Posada come up than Jose Molina, but Molina will be batting in the number 6 spot. You see what Kyle Farnsworth has done.
But you know what, Michael? On that given day, anyone can be the hero. So, obviously you want the guy that's been the hitter year after year after year, but could be Molina's day.
Well, it'll be Posednik, Konerko, and Przinsky here against the hard-throwing right-hander Kyle Farnsworth. Yankees' 5th pitcher. And the pitch is low, 1-0.
I talked to Kyle yesterday about, how he was feeling and talked to him about his velocity being up the last few days. And he says, it was like I was rushing. I wasn't staying over the rubber, and I was drifting. Can you talk a little bit about what happens when you do that, Ann?
Well, your arm will drop. You have an inconsistent release point, and really you don't have your backside working for you, so it really becomes all arm. He's such a strong guy. He works out. He's got a lot of muscles. And what happens is, as a pitcher, because you want to throw it harder or just be so aggressive, you get your body out in front and you get your elbow underneath, and that usually means a high pitch like that. You get underneath it, you push the ball as opposed to driving it down through the zone.
He had great velocity the other night where he was throwing 98. Had a pretty easy inning.
There's a strike. Even when he lets up with a fastball, it's 95 miles an hour. He's got an electric arm, and that's why the Yankees were not so anxious to trade him. That seemed to be the call from fans in New York. You've got to get rid of this guy. And Joe Torre said we weren't in any hurry, and we weren't going to hold a fire sale. Fly ball deep left field. Matsui got a good jump, and there's one away. Let's take a look at the White Sox in-game box score. It's sponsored by Hummer. There are 15 hits in there. Take my word for it. And the only one not in the party, Alex Cintrana, he's out of the game. So you've got Jermaine Dye with 3 and 3 RBIs. Darren Erstad 2 for 3. He's no longer in the game. He left with cramps. Uribe 1 for 4, a ribby. And Richar 1 for 3, a double and a run scored. So a lot of offense there. Konerko 2 for 4. Each team with 15 hits. White Sox lead 11-9. Along with Joe Girardi and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball here on Yes. We're in the top of the 8th inning in a marathon affair here at the stadium on a hot, humid Thursday afternoon. White Sox led 8-0 after an inning and a half, knocking Roger Clemens out of the game. But the Yankees came back with 8 of their own in the bottom of the second, knocking John Garland out of the game. Check swing, did he go? Yes, he did, said Mike Winters. Boy, is that the wrong last name for a day like this.
A lot of times at the end of the game, you see the check swing here. He does go. Good slider by Cal Farnsworth. 90 miles an hour. You talk about the time of the game. Now, is this a manageable or?
I don't say that anymore, but this is far from manageable. Anything under 3 hours used to be manageable. Because I think a well-played Major League Baseball game should be under 3 hours. And you look at National League times, it's amazing. how much quicker National League games are than American League games. I guess that has to do with the pitcher hitting, and there's not as much offense. But Yankee games always are 3-hour affairs. Now this is closing in on 4. High drive, deep left, backing up Matsui. He's on the track. He's at the wall. See ya! Home run, Paul Konerko, a solo shot, and Chicago lead New York 12-9.
Well, he hangs a slider to a guy who's already got 2 home runs off of him, making this now 3. He's now 5 for 9. Anytime you got a guy who hits you well, you just have the feeling that he could see the ball well, and you try to do something a little different, and that 1-2 slider was just too good for Paul Konerko, and you saw what he did with it.
A.J. Przinsky with a big swing on a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. That's the 6th home run that Farnsworth has given up in 42 2/3 innings pitched.
I mean, you knew the guys that you bore out, and vice versa, right?
Yes.
The guy who owned you.
You know as a hitter, you know the guys that you really struggle against as well.
And it was either or yeah, I see it.
You see the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the
Or
difference.
vice versa, or
Right.
the guy you just, no matter what you do, throwing meatballs right down the middle, you can't hit it.
I used to love when guys would come back to the bench and say the pitcher had nothing. I knew I wasn't getting a hit. You know, it was just those guys that everyone else saw well, and sometimes you didn't, and you were like, he's got nothing. He's wearing me out. And then vice versa, you might get a couple hits off a guy. You know, it's just a strange game.
Swing and a miss. You know, the age-old argument, and I've always been on the side of baseball, as you see Przinsky swing through this, that there's nothing more difficult in an athletic endeavor than to hit a baseball. And it just shows you how great major league hitters are, even bad ones, that you can hit Kyle Farnsworth. This guy throws 98 miles an hour, and you see him give up home runs, and you see him get hit. It's amazing. It's amazing, the hand-eye coordination to pull the trigger on a 98-mile-an-hour pitch. You don't even have a second to decide.
Quarter second. 90-mile-an-hour fastball, you have about a half a second to decide.
I mean, we're talking about brain synapses that the normal human being doesn't have, to be able to react that quickly and send the message down to the hands to start the bat, and also to swing it at the level where the ball is. It's just absolutely mind-boggling how good Major League Baseball players are. There's a strike. That was a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. But as hard as he throws, these guys can redirect it if it's not in the perfect spot. That got a piece of Molina. Did you ever marvel at how somebody could turn around a pitch that's thrown that hard?
Oh yeah, I mean, you used to watch. You know, I'd catch pitchers and hitters would say, you know, you'd hear them say, "Wow!" I remember Brad Ausmus talking about Kerry Wood. He threw like a 92-mile-an-hour cutter. You know, he's throwing 90. He said the game's passed me by. Guy throwing a cutter this hard, you know.
That's probably where his arm didn't hold up.
Well, I think a lot of his was mechanics, and he's actually on the way back. I think he's had 8 rehab appearances. He's thrown around 94, 95, and they expect him back maybe here in a week or two to add to that Chicago Cub bullpen.
They don't think he could ever start again, right?
I'm not so sure they're saying that, but they think it's easier to get him back as a reliever because you don't have to build up, you know, pitch count.
And what's the word on Pryor, the other hard thrower?
He had surgery, so he will not be back this year. And the feeling on him was when he had the collision with Marcus Giles at second base, that it stretched the ligaments in his arm, and he was never the same after that. In his shoulder, actually.
The 2-2 fouled away.
See, and Kyle right now has a little backup on his slider. And you get that from being on the side of it. Sometimes you see his arm down there. He actually made the motion. He threw a backup one to Konerko. He's also thrown some good ones today, but those are the mistakes that hitters jump on.
Especially he's shown, or Dye has shown, he hasn't been able to get around on the fastball. You throw something a little off speed, you better make sure it's off the plate. You're doing the hitter a favor.
That one's drilled deep to center field. Backing up Cabrera, looking up against the black. A solo home run for Jermaine Dye, and the White Sox now lead 13-9. Second home run of the day for Dye. He has 4 base hits, 4 extra base hits.
Jermaine Dye has been a different hitter in the second half, and maybe he just said, you know what, I'm going to forget the first half. I'm going to forget being a free agent and what's going to happen next year. I'm going to concentrate on playing baseball. And he's done that. And you see this long home run, his second home run of the day. And you know, when you face a guy like Kyle Farnsworth that throws that hard, all you have to do is get the barrel of the bat to the ball. He will provide all the power.
Here's Andy Gonzalez, took over for Erstad, who left with cramps, and there's a slider strike. That's Dye's 17th career multi-home run game, and it's his first 4-hit game of the year. Another slider in the count, 0-2. Well, after being punished by the Yankees 13 home runs in 2 games, the White Sox going long ball today with 3 of their own. The 0-2. Foul back. $17 hits for Chicago. Do the Yankees have another rally in their bones? Saw it off the bat, and a ground ball through Robinson Cano. That's his 2nd error of the game. A guy who's been playing Gold Glove caliber defense makes his 2nd error. And the error in the 2nd inning eventually allowed 5 unearned runs against Roger Clemens.
See Robinson Cano, this comes up on this ball a little bit, and you know what? This is just shows me that players are human. You know, Robinson Cano has played such a great second base the last 60, 70 games, and he had a ball that came up on him a little bit. And then this one, he came up on.
Runner goes, fly ball right field. Abreu is there. And that'll do it. The Boo Birds out for Kyle Farnsworth. 2 runs, 2 hits, both home runs, 1 error, and 1 man left. Bottom of the 8th, coming up, 13-9 White Sox. Sponsored by Hummer. 15 hits for the Yankees. Everybody in the starting lineup picked up a hit. 2 by Johnny Damon. Bobby Abreu 3 for 4. Alex Rodriguez got off the schneid. Hasn't hit a home run, but 2 for 4 ribby and a run scored. Posada, before he left with what looked like cramps, 2 for 4, 2 doubles, 2 ribbies and a run scored. A home run for Wilson Betemit, a 3-run home run. His first hit as a Yankee, got a curtain call. And Andy Phillips 2 for 4 as well. So offense up and down both lineups. Now the Yankees have themselves a 4-run deficit they have to make up. Can they do it? Cabrera, Abreu, and Rodriguez against Mike McDougal here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And there's a strike.
It's amazing sometimes how quick a game can change. Johnny Damon lined down the inning before with runners on first and second, and it would have been 11-10 if Konerko doesn't catch the ball with runners on second, third, and 1 out, and you end up hitting into a double play, and then all of a sudden they add 2 runs.
Squibbed out towards short, Uribe, and they get Cabrera.
And where it seemed like you were making a comeback, you know, all of a sudden it's a much bigger lead.
Now, we told you that McDougal was on the DL with shoulder inflammation, and the old adage, Al, is you don't really learn how to pitch unless you hurt your arm. Did you feel you learned how to pitch after you hurt your arm?
Yes.
Just out of necessity because you didn't have as much?
That, and also I realized when I continued to hurt my arm, I had 2 shoulder operations, that I was doing something incorrect with my mechanics, and I basically blew up my mechanics and started over as though you were teaching a little leaguer. And I think, you know, guys that repeatedly get hurt, or there's a ineffectiveness that's constant, you got to look within as to why you're not getting people out. You know, if it's a health issue, well then get yourself healthy and look into it and see as to why does the pitcher continue to get hurt. And usually you can point it out of mechanics. If a guy throws it, you know, there's various things in mechanics that'll create undue strain. It's not a normal motion for a human being to pitch a baseball over his head.
There's a strike.
Then you also you recognize that throwing 95. I mean, we're watching, you know, guys that throw 95 to 100 miles an hour, and they give up hard hit balls and home runs. You know, you see the effectiveness of changing speeds. You start being much more conscious of locating the ball, keeping it down, pitching.
There's a strike to Abreu, and the count 1-2. On deck is Alex Rodriguez. A-Rod 2 for 4 today. And the 1-2.
I think another thing it does, Michael, is that you stay within yourself, and knowing that if you don't throw as hard, or maybe once in a while you'll have a few bullets that you can get up there in good velocity, that you stay within your delivery. You don't overthrow, and as a result of that, you're in better position for consistent release point, and usually you make quality pitches.
The 2-2. Grounded foul. (13-9) White Sox lead. Yankees trailed 8-0 after an inning and a half. Tied it at 8. But it's been mostly White Sox since that. The only offense, a home run by Abreu. Strike 3, Abreu down looking. And here's Alex Rodriguez coming to the plate. Alex hit his 499th home run off Gil Mesh. This was at Kansas City. Took it the other way. Pitched low and away. 25 at bats since then. And he's had 2 hits. Both of them today. He has not had a home run. Fastest to home run, or 500 home runs. A-Rod, 1,853 games played. the pitch. He will easily be the fastest age-wise. He was the fastest to get to 300, the youngest to get to 400, and now he will, when he hits this home run, be the youngest to get to 500. And the 1-0. Overthrew that one just a bit, in the count 2-0.
And you know what? The velocity goes down. I mean, that fastball was only 93, and a lot of times when you overthrow, your velocity goes down because you're not what they call relaxed or free and easy. And, you know, it's hard for pitchers, to me, to throw hard, to try to generate power, to not get in that of trying to throw too hard, especially in a situation like this when you're facing A-Rod, who's trying to hit his 500th home run.
It's like a hitter. Isn't it true? Your hardest hit balls are the nice, easy, smooth swing. You barely felt like you had muscled up at all.
That's right.
The 2-0. Oh, is he throwing hard? But that actually was a slider, and it had some pop to it. 3-0. Does Joe Torre green light Alex Rodriguez?
I got to question that pitch. You got a 4-run lead. The last thing you want to do is start walking people and making the inning long. I mean, I think it's a situation where you come after Alex.
And the 3-0. There's a strike. I think it goes back to what Al and I were talking about in Baltimore. Pitchers don't want to be the guy to give up this home run. They don't want their name connected with that home run. I think they're pitching him differently. Why would you throw a 2-0 slider with a lead like this?
You know, when Alex hits number 600 probably in a couple of years, people are going to forget who gave up his 500th home run.
Thank you.
3-1. Give him a slider there.
How about when he hits his 700? I think they'll remember 500.
I mean, did you remember who gave up his first home run, his 100th home run, before they start bringing all this up? No.
Now I have it committed to memory, though.
Yes.
Tom Gordon was the first. Gil Mesh, 499. And the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. That's an impressive 8th inning for Mike McDougall as Alex Rodriguez's search for 500 continues. He goes down on a 3-2 pitch, and we go to the 9th inning. It's 13-9 Chicago. Brought to you in part by Avis, the official rental car company of the Yankees. IO Digital Cable, the leader in HD, and HD is free with IO. And by Honda. See your Honda dealer and discover the great values now being offered. On a hot, steamy Thursday afternoon in New York City, we go to the ninth inning at Yankee Stadium. This game will be a 4-hour affair. It is 13-9, the White Sox lead. You can see how wacky this game was. It was 8-0 in the top of the second inning. The Yankees came back, tied it up, but since then it's been mostly all White Sox. Alex Rodriguez, another fruitless day in trying to get that 500th home run. New Yankee pitcher is Sean Henn. He is their sixth pitcher. And there's a strike. Pitch outside. No, we talked about this earlier. The White Sox had an 8-0 lead, and the Yankees came back, and we said, wow, that's demoralizing. Will it be demoralizing if the Yankees lose this game after having come back down 8-0, and you just had the feel at that point, gee, it was a matter of how they were going to win the game, and now they're in danger of losing the game?
I think they'll be frustrated because they had a chance to win this game if they don't win this game. You know, they had some opportunities, but you know, you got to put it past you. You got to turn the page because Kansas City's coming into town, and you need to win games, and it's the first time in a while it seems like they've lost ground in the wild card and the division race. And you got to put it behind you and move on. And these guys have been in this situation a lot.
Missed outside. Count 2-2. Bobby Jenks is warming for the White Sox in their bullpen, so he'll come in and try to close it out. Got some credit to the White Sox, too, because despite being a team that's been hit with every single kind of punch this year, they did not give in when they frittered away an 8-0 lead. Instead, they battled back. And the 3-2. Popped up. Left field. Matsui is there. And there's one out. Hey, Yankee fans, get another chance to see all the big hits and great plays another time around with WB Mason Presents Yankees Encore. Later after each game and again the next morning at 9 only on Yes. Here's Jerry Owens. He's 1 for 5. His one hit, a drag bunt single. And a strike to Owens. Clemens started, knocked out. 1 out. No, with 2 outs in the second inning. Then Myers, Karstens, Valone, Farnsworth, and Henn. Foul back.
I think based on your scenario, Michael, it would have been a fantastic win. I don't think demoralizing. Like Joe said, it's frustrating. Anytime you battle on a hot day and you end up losing the game after you come back of an 8-run deficit, yes, you're frustrated, but it would have been more the upside of how we stole this win against a very good starting pitcher in John Garland. Players, you recognize where you are in the standings. The White Sox are out of it. The Yankees are very close to the wild card. 2 games back. Still have pride and you play the game right. No matter the score, if you're the pitcher, you're the hitter, it's about execution. If you can keep it in that little box and you execute, and you have a lot of talent, you're going to win some games. A lot of games.
Boy, that went off the mask of Molina and ended up on the screen.
Did you use the hockey mask?
No, I did not. I was not comfortable using it. You know, they talk about the vision where you see better. Well, I'm kind of an old school guy. I thought I saw pretty well out of the other one. So
Swing and a miss. Owens down on strikes here in the 9th inning.
And the other thing was, you know, being part of some organizations that were rich in tradition, that I just felt funny. You know, you think about putting on a kind of the new wave thing. I felt kind of funny, you know, the teams that I'd played on.
Could have done it with the Rockies.
That's right, I could have, but I chose not to.
Pitch to Josh Fields is a strike. Sean Henn throws hard. Was a starter in the Yankee organization, and they've turned him into a reliever. Ozzie Guillen's had a long day, a long year. Fields could not hold up. The count 0-1. Now 0-2.
Sean Henn stays aggressive, attacks the zone. That was a good slider right there. He can be very successful.
And the one thing that Sean Henn has is he has some angle out. You know, because he kind of throws across his body, and if he can consistently throw that slider over on left-handers, he could be very tough on him, because it's almost like it starts behind you if you're a left-handed hitter.
Talking about a guy 6'4", he's on a mound that's 10 inches, and he stays tall. He's got a good downward trajectory to the plate. Anytime a hitter can only see part of the ball, the top half of the ball, it's tough to square up.
The 1-2. When Molina came in for Posada, he's taking a beating back there.
He was standing tall. The idea of trying to stay as high as you can and finishing hard down in the zone. You see a slider in the dirt. Molina gets off his leg. What you'll hear pitching coaches say: stay tall.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Impressive inning for Sean Henn. He strikes out 2, retires the White Sox in order. Bobby Jenks is coming in. Last lick's coming up for the Yankees. Another rally in their bones? Stick around. Lorenz and Bobby Mercer to get a recap of all the key plays from this match with the Chicago White Sox, as well as highlights from around the league. Plus, Kimberly Jones has the inside scoop from the clubhouse. The Nissan postgame. It's coverage you won't get anywhere else, and it's only on Yes. 13-17-0. 9-15-2, and the 2 errors well, one of them is gigantic, kind of turned this game farcical in the second inning. 3 runs against Roger Clemens, an error by Cano, which would have started an inning-ending double play, turned into 5 unearned runs. Cano, by the way, has made 2 errors today, and he had gone 56 consecutive games from May 20th to July 21st without an error. You see the numbers on Bobby Jenks, who pitched in yesterday's game, and he has 30 saves. Along with Joe Girardi and Al Leiter, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball right here on the Yes Network. We thank you for joining us on this Thursday afternoon heading into evening. Yankees trail 13-9. Matsui leads off against Jenks. Jenks has thrown 7 consecutive scoreless innings. The Yankees have had 25 comeback wins this year. The biggest deficit that they've overcome was 5 runs, and that was on April 7th against the Orioles, a game that ended on an A-Rod walk-off grand slam against Chris Ray, who's now on the DL. Shadows might become a little bit of a factor as they're starting to creep across home plate, and Bobby Jenks pitching out of the sun. There's a strike.
Bobby Jenks has been a pitcher over the last couple of years that has very good fastball, 2 good breaking balls. He has a curveball and a slider, and he'll just throw the slider a little bit harder. It's a little sharper break, not quite as big. Sometimes make lefties try to chase it down and in.
Strike 3. Off-speed pitch across the outside corner, and Matsui couldn't pull the trigger. He's down looking.
Well, here's that big curveball. That's what makes Jenks very effective. Second in the league behind J.J. Putz of Seattle in saves. He's a .216 batting average against. Anytime you got a hard thrower, hitters have to honor that 95 plus. He throws the hard slider, but you saw that big curveball at 82. That's a big speed variation for hitters to not be able to pull the trigger on that, as Hideki was unable to pull it.
Here's Jose Molina, took over behind the plate for Posada last inning. Count 1-0.
Usual for pitchers to have both a good slider and a curveball. Usually it affects either one. One will turn into a slurve.
Popped up. Konerko bat, Richard bat, and they run out of room. There's a fan for life.
Did you ever get a ball at the
Never as a
park?
fan.
As a fan, no.
Nope. Never came close.
You, Al?
Yes, right here. Ron Guidry was pitching. Right field line.
High fly ball, left center field. Owens calling the catch, and the Yankees are down to their final out. How about you, Joe?
I got my first one from Bob Bailey. I was in Busch Stadium as a kid. He was an expo, and we yelled at him for 7 innings. In the 8th inning, he finally threw us a ball, and we stopped yelling.
How old were you?
I was about 7.
Oh, this was the foul ball.
You never caught a foul ball?
No, that was the first ball I ever got at a stadium.
Here's Robinson Cano, last chance for the Yankees.
You had the good seats then, huh? For him to be able to just flip you a ball.
No, we were way down the left field line.
Pretty far throw upper tank. Have to go upper deck to throw that ball in.
And the more amazing thing is that we actually got it and didn't drop it.
I used to sit in the last row of the upper deck here behind home plate, so there weren't many chances for foul balls. And that was the greatest seat in the world. $1.50. Now I have the same seat, just a little bit closer. You still have that ball, Joe?
No, unfortunately, we played with it in the yard too many times and I lost it. But we put it to good use.
Yes. Al, you still have the one? Yeah. And the 1-2 missed outside, 2-2. Derek Jeter is on deck. Strike 3, Cano down looking. So the Yankees' last chance was that line drive by Johnny Damon that was caught by Konerko. After that, the next 6 went down in a row and 4 strikeouts. So Harold Baines and Ozzie Guillen with a big hug. A long day finally over. In fact, 3 hours and 59 minutes is how long this game took. And for the Yankees, it will seem longer. They had a spirited comeback, but they couldn't do much after that. After it was 8-8, the White Sox scored 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 8th, and that was all she wrote. The Yankees' only run after the 8-run second was a home run by Bobby Abreu. So the Sox salvaged the final game of this 3-game set. When we come back, we'll hand out the awards, and of course, we have the postgame with Bob Lorenz and Bobby Mercer and Kimberly Jones.